Hello, and welcome or welcome back to Radiant Historia. I'm gonna try to finish this today, but who knows how will it go? But I got to the alternate timeline, chapter 6. And this might be a cutscene after or something. But yeah, anyway. Let me change the part A. Hey, Rush is in here, okay. 57. Let's get him some levels. Wow. Erica just can clean the board. Where are the enemies? About time you went to sleep. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. I like the battle music. Pretty nice. No, don't go there yet. This is a huge zone. Ah. I was exploring. Doo-doo-doo. Alright, slowly going. "44 last time, 20 levels." This is... Ah, you're a Guttural warrior. I can see you've been training. So your master Bergas is your disciple, Golda. Yes, it's quite interesting to get to meet Bergas' disciple. You seek the beast god snail, don't you? You are correct. The rightful bearer has appeared. Here's the Guttural treasure. I have been worrying. The original meaning of the act of stringing beast snail into a necklace is admonition. To control the power of beasts with the wisdom and heart of man, that is beast kind. But be careful. That nail is not just a reminder. It is also key to releasing your humanity. To become a true beast, I choose not to. Yet, if you have foes you must defeat, take that path. Master Galva will open the door. Releasing my humanity, huh? Almost level 60. Where was that? Where was that save point? Oh. That is indeed the beast god's nail. Our village's treasure has been returned to us. You must already know what the beast god is, if you were able to return that. I am prepared to begin the ritual at any time. Come back to me once you have decided. Am I gonna do it now? Then let us proceed to the ritual grounds. Let's go. Welcome. Welcome. Becoming the beast god means to cast aside your heart and become a raging beast. But you will also be throwing away your life and any chance at happiness. Kafka, do you still to wish? Excuse me, big yawn. Kafka, do you still wish to become a beast god? Should I remain silent? If Kafka goes through with this, it will become something completely different. I have to think about this. Don't say anything. Should I allow the ritual to continue? Yes, I will do anything to crush the enemy. I see. Then warrior Kafka, surrender your soul to the beast god's nail. Here it comes. Damn beast. Run, run, nothing can stand in the way of... No, someone help, help. Kafka had thrown away his conscious mind, but it did far more than increase his power. Kafka never saw the faces of his enemies. All he cared for was killing foes and finding more. After utterly destroying the forces of Grand Organ Alistel, Kafka turned his gaze southward. In the desert light of Cygnus, humanity's last stand against Kafka is about to begin. Beast God's Reign. Welcome back, Stock. As far as I know, Kafka is only the second beast god in recorded history. It seems his predecessor also fared poorly. The source of that power is a mystery, but I'm more curious why that power even exists. Perhaps it proves the existence of superhuman powers that fought on this continent. Wait, superhuman? Not just strong, but something beyond? Yes, just like us. Where was it again? Here we go. Whoops, and talk over the table. Wait, should I really be stopping the ritual? I was thinking you may say something like that. You always make me see sense. Then? I've made my decision. I will not become a beast god. Are you afraid to become a beast without heart or mind? No, sir. We should not let our destiny fall into the hands of a beast. Good answer. Then be aware of your rational mind, Kafka, and keep it strong. Take this with you. It is a weapon created with a conscience for wielding the baser power. Magic Fist Forza. Tristek book. Give me thanks, Red One. Now, shall we go? Ooh, what did I do again? Well done, Kafka. You have proven your mastery of this skill. Kafka learned 3-tier attack. This is not the only hidden skill I can teach you. Should you happen to find books of these hidden skills, return to me. Kafka, honor your guttural nature. I will take your advice to heart, Master. Alright. Well, look at something. I think they got their health and mana restored, but I'm not sure at the moment. Yeah, no. He didn't. Oh well. Alright, first light. $42 even. Two more battles maybe till she hits 60. I check her man after this. $42. Almost. Anyone else around here? Oh. But it was an enemy there. Can I go back? No, tank. I moved here from Alistel. Granark sure is a big city. This is Granark. It is now under the governance of our Alistel. Have I seen you somewhere before? No, my mistake. The rumors say those guys called the Young Lions were killed. But I knew a guy named Stock who looked a lot like you. Just a case of mistaken identity. Don't worry about it. I think he's fibbing. Probably gonna go alert someone. This place is just as big, if not bigger than Alistel. This should make it easier to blend into the crowd. Erica, we're supposed to go behind the bar, right? That is correct. People of Granor, please heed my words. The Prophet Noah walks among us as a true God. Let us join hands in prayer. It won't be easy spreading the teachings of Prophet Noah to this land, but I must keep reaching out. I moved from Alistel to Granor for a reason, you know. I'm going to spread word of how great the Prophet Noah is. Now, how shall I start spreading word of Prophet Noah's grandeur? People from Alistel have been moving here in droves. That's fine, but every time they open their mouths, it's Noah this and Noah that. It's annoying. Especially that guy over there with the ear-splitting voice. They can worship Noah if they want, but they shouldn't push it on others. This city is as wonderful as I'd heard. I'm sure many from Alistel will relocate here. I talked to a boy from Alistel just a moment ago. He was talking about Noah too, just like the grown-ups. So I asked him, who's more important, your mom and dad or the Prophet Noah? He said the Prophet Noah. This isn't going as planned. No one seems to understand the greatness of Prophet Noah, and we must unify now, more than ever, to rally against the rebel troops. Do the people of Granark actually want the rebel troops to win? Perhaps so, but they presumed that the rebels would liberate Granark. I moved here from Alistel with my family, but everyone seems to be fighting. Grown-ups are always arguing about something. The people of Granark think everyone from Alistel should go away. I had to listen to those people from Alistel drone on about Noah again. I wish they'd lay off. If I wanted a lecture, I'd ask for one. Besides, we were sworn enemies not even that long ago. What's with them trying to be our friends all of a sudden? The rebel troops are on their way. Do you think that Granark will be free if the rebels win? Alright. I'm rooting for the rebels. This place has great weather compared to Alistel. It was too cold there. But we don't have any town attack here, so I suppose it's a wash. I love watching the city from this place. It used to be such a beautiful city. Everyone's always talking about this Noah guy, so I thought I'd try to see what he looks like, but I can't find him anywhere. What's the big idea? Maybe he's so high ranking he never comes out of the palace. Ooh. Isn't the guy with the black chronicle book Noah? He sees the future, or can see the future. Oh. Thank you for the raid, Monica. How are you doing? How's Zelda going? I get one for stock too. Huh. Hello, Doc Sanderson. How you doing? How many hours have you played of that Zelda? I thought they were like 2-hour games. Much longer. What else would I want here? Ooh, the upgrade for him. Clergy. Yeah, why not? Like Skyrim? Is it as boring as Skyrim? Just kidding. Yeah, the most Zelda I ever played was Link's Awakening. I never finished it. I don't like how the equipping of stuff is going in this game from when you buy it. I don't know why, it's just wait, what am I doing? We got that for the wrong character. Actually got free Skyrim for PS4. It was like 2 years ago. still haven't played it. I was in this one stream where the guy had like almost every copy. So he said, so I'm like, do you think I could get the PS4 version? He's like, yeah. So all I had to do was pay the shipping. What am I doing? Yeah, I didn't think it would happen, but it was just bragging. But all right, have a good night. Thank you for the raid again. I'll sure be lurking again sometime. I think Thursday, right? Or is it Saturday and Tuesday? Anything else? Why did I cancel that? Why would I give it to her? I think that's not what I want to buy. Yeah, this is what I want. I wish I could see what they have. Let me check. Stat for Marco. Stat for Rook. Did I really give Art studs? I guess so. Don't think I have the money to get everyone the stuff. Especially the queen stud, that's so expensive. Can get 3, so I'm gonna give it to At, because I do play her more than Marco. Oh, they are okay. They are named after chess pieces here. So I need 2 more queen studs. And is there an upgrade for charm? I always get this wrong. There's a Talmud charm. Oh no, I don't want Talmud charm for him. That's plus 10 magic. The beast it is. Wow, I can't believe I'm so broke. I had what, 160,000? Hold on. Don't think I need any of this. Oh crap, I accidentally sold the titanium man. It was a diamond man. Diamond. Oh well. Let's go. That was a lot of shopping. I think that was the most shopping I've done. This place has great weather compared to ours though. It was too cold there. I'll already talk to this guy. Never mind. Was there? No, the inn is on the other side of the town. I know I closed the window. It was warm today, so I opened it, but I still feel like a draft. The palace is up ahead. I should steer clear of it. Alistel and Granwork. Maybe it was too soon for the people to live among each other. There are quarrels here and there, sometimes escalating into full-scale riots. Things are quiet today, but that doesn't mean the tensions have calmed. Why are the bastards from Alistel here? They should go back to their own country. This is our homeland, not theirs. I'm hearing that the rebel army seems to be at an advantage. But if we have the power of the Prophet Noah behind us, Alistel will surely win. True justice lies with the Prophet Noah, and justice always prevails. I think that guy was in V for Vendetta. It's not fair. They sell things to Alistelians. But we've been here longer. Those damn Alistelians should just go away. If the Alistelians left, then we'd be able to buy what we wanted, right? Well, then they need to get out of here. It's that simple. I'm gonna go there, yeah. Let me see who else I can talk to. I'm gonna arrested this inn. Right now someone from Alistel is renting a room. My dad's not happy about that. I don't have any room for Alistelian. That's probably what he's thinking. I'm a geologist, studying the world's geology. Right now, I'm researching Granwork's geology. I've been trying to interview natives, but everyone I meet is Alistelian. I wouldn't be able to finish my research at this rate, fiddlesticks. I like this guy. He only charges 50 gold. Who's renting this room? Huh? No one I know. I'm hoping to finish this game today, but it might be a close one. Yeah, I'm not constantly keeping my eye on them. These people would be fighting non-stop. The citizens here are very angry at the Alistelians who relocated here. The war was won, but it was too soon to relocate ordinary citizens. I used to serve in this country's army until recently, but I quit. I can't stand being around people from Alistel anymore. The Alistelian army just came in and announced that we were getting rolled into their ranks. Do they think I'm stupid? Why would I agree to that? What? You're saying that soldiers can be in here while it's still light out? Come on. The rebel army is going to lose before they even get here. I don't need to fight. I love free drinks. That's the best part of being Alistelian soldier. He's an Alistelian soldier, right? Is he allowed to be drinking this early in the day? But before the Alistelian army came, the Granor guide soldiers would spike here too. I guess soldiers are lazy no matter what nation they serve. Welcome, please stay and relax. Alright, let's make a save. Especially after that shopping trip. This is it. The wide streets of the city are more to my liking than this narrow hall. Will I even fit through it? It'll be easy for me. I think going now is the wrong choice. No? Going now. You want to whack them so they fall asleep and you get a surprise attack. Then you just burst light and call it a day. Well, now I've been surprised. I'm gonna try just auto attacking. See if they are. They're pretty weak. Might save some mana. And then it really matters. I have enough mana potions to restore her mana bar. Oh, crap. Alright, let's just make this faster. Like I said, I would like to finish this today. Man. Bunch of levels. Best one is when you whack a tornado and it falls asleep. Don't think this is the right way. Yeah, definitely not. Did stock level? Let me see. Because she was going first. Recently, though. I think when she hits 61, she might be faster than him. For a chain. This XP in here is insane. Everyone's leveling constantly. Every battle's somebody. Will she be first? No, okay. I was wrong. Oh, no one leveled. Just said everyone's leveling every battle. Oh, dang it. Let me heal up those two. What I like is that you can use the other party members to heal up. Oh, come on. Ooh, there's a dinosaur or whatever. Oh boy. Hey Kaze, how are you doing? How's crosscode? I'm gonna get ambushed here, aren't I? No. Maybe I'm... Oh, well, no. I don't want to leave the screen. Big grindy. Final Fantasy 14 grindy. Pretty much. Oh. What was that book? It started really well, and then like fell apart. And no, I'm not talking about Stephen King. Which way did I got here? Oh, there's the ladder. I think it was Neil Stevenson book. But anyway. Filled with quests. I kind of like the quests here. Except I don't like that it's always bad choice, good choice. I mean, unless if you want to get all the tiles, it is. But I liked yesterday. Like, hey, let's get together and chill. Boom, end of the world. We made it without incident. We are very far from... Are we very far from our destination? We're very close now. Please follow me. I did look at the... Would you call it remaster? The second one? I don't think I would like that version. It has the annoying Switch JRPG grunting and stuff. Oh, what are we doing? I think yesterday or the day before I finally Notice I can just move left and right. Fast equip. There used to be a side queen here, where is it? Oh. Because they moved it. Guess that's where I'm supposed to go since where everyone is. There's so many books, but they're so hard to read. Let's hurry to the Royal Hall. The Royal Hall. There are bound to be traps here. Should make sure I'm ready before I go in. Stuck, are you prepared? I'm ready. We can enter through here. I don't see how. The entrance is hidden beyond. The entrance is a hidden passage. Only a select few know that it exists. Just pull this book. The Royal Hall is this way. Let's hurry. If they use that weapon again, Raj and the others won't stand a chance. You're right, let's go. Patrol Corps. Throw the enemy in, bring them as close as possible. Don't shoot until you see the signal. They're fanning out, so pull them together and concentrate on that point. Use your commands like a true general. At first sight, I never would have considered you a man who could be depended on. I underestimated you, and for that I apologize. Huh. That's alright. People say that about me all the time. I can command the troops here with confidence because I know Raj is on the field. Still, I will give it my all today. For her sake. Her sake? She was my secretary. When I escaped from Alistel, she protected me and... I see. Of course, I understand that the fate of the world rests on this battle. It just holds a deeper meaning to me personally. For her, for the world, for us all, we cannot lose here. We're going to win this. And in that, we are with you. Incoming enemy reinforcements. Who is the commanding officer? It's the former army of Grainwork, the Diaz Knight, and Count Selvan's troops as well. They're playing their aces, so we can't afford to hold back either. Send up the reserves troops. Get them synchronized with Lieutenant General Raoul's men. We'll crush him. Understood. This is it, Stock. Our entire army is counting on you now. If Hugo uses that weapon, it'll all have been for naught. We're here. This is the Royal Hall. So this is it. Technically, yes. We're not in the main chamber though. Still, we can stop the attack if I can seal their power, at least for the time being. Let's hurry then. What is that tank? It must be a defense mechanism deployed by Alistel. It's not going to give us a choice, we have to fight it. Oh, right. Turn break is OP. I don't know who invented it, but it should be banned. What am I looking for? Put it behind him? There's one here. He's taking up 2 spaces, right? More of that. Let me see, is he taking up 2? He is. Okay. Where did I put that wall trap? Dang. Hold on. Let me put it here so I remember. Alright, let's see. You know what? Let's just push him. I wanna see how much damage it's gonna do. Can she steal? She can. Oh shit, he's dead. But I stole it. Nice. If time machines have been deployed here, that means Hugo and the others have been here as well. Seems that way, but only a select few know about the secret entrance. How could they have found out about it? Through any number of ways, really. My first guess would be that they forced it out of Protea. Think so? My stepmother was very particular about the political power she wielded, and she had absolutely no interest in the ritual or flux. All she understood was that because she was in royal blood, it had nothing to do with her. I see. Well, we'll have to consider these things later. Eruka, we need to steal the power of flux. Indeed. Allow me to begin. This will be dangerous, so please stand back, everyone. What is this? Feel the strength being sapped from my body. The power of flux. Our mana is being drained. What? Is the princess going to be alright? Even with the Ethereon, the effect is still strong. What would happen if the ritual were performed without it? Huh? It's done. Shouldn't be able to use the power here for some time. Can you walk? Here, take my arm. I'm alright. I'm sorry to have you worried. But remember, I've only sealed its power temporarily. I will need to perform it again when things have calmed, but that should buy us time. Right, we've done well. And the main forces can advance. Should hurry back. I'm worried about Raj and the others. Alright, wasn't that bad. And he has 665 health at level 66. What was I going to do? Damn. Things are getting rather noisy outside. It must be Raj and the others. They probably pushed back the enemy all the way to the city gates. You, how did you get in here? It must be the rebel army secret agents. You've got to get out of here and join up with Raj. What is going on? How much longer must I wait before the power of flux can be used again? I don't know why, but all our input is having no effect. We've tried over and over, but something has gone wrong with the control unit. This can't be. It's useless to me if it can be used in times such as these. General Hugo. Ah, Field Marshal Viola. I've been waiting for you. Lead your army to intercept the rebels at once. Are these orders a proclamation of Noah's will, or the general's personal request? Of course it is the prophet's will. Protect his disciples from those savages. Then I'd like to hear it from the mouth of the prophet himself. Impossible. He would interrupt the prophet's prayers. For our victory? You mean to defy the will of the Prophet Noah then? The Field Marshal Viola, once revered as the Valkyrie of the battlefield, have fallen so low? I ask a favor of you, General Hugo. Do not taint the Prophet Noah's name any further. What are you implying, Field Marshal? I will depart with my men now, but I do not need them for you, or even for the Prophet Noah. This is for the untold number of soldiers who believed in the Prophet's word. My, what a pitiful woman. She realizes the truth, yet has too much pride to defy it. Which leaves you with quite a dilemma, doesn't it? Viola's not the only one demanding to see Noah. If you let things stay the course, it's only a matter of time before the people riot. I don't need another one of your lectures. Preparations are being made. So quick to rely on such dubious methods. Don't blame me if things go all awry. No good on mana. I was gonna heal up and stuff. Actually, she doesn't have any mana. Why is he still alive? Guess this guy was special. Just give me a second, YouTube. They should have like 7 of those, not more. Yeah, 12. I think this is like the 3rd one I've used so far. Oh no. Oh wait. First light. Come on everyone, where are you? Those soldiers. Their equipment isn't standard issue. Are they a different faction? That emblem, the court knights. Stop. Those are the finest knights from across the kingdom. Stay here. The dangers ahead of us is just... Dangers ahead of us just grew tenfold. We must be cautious. Right. Oh man, I don't know, what should we do? The coordinates will be up ahead. What should I do? Oh, is it just prepare? Okay. Let me heal up then. That's... From the look of him, it would seem he's the enemy commander. You know him? The coordinate Diaz. He schemed with Count Selman to put Portea on the throne and to usurp the kingdom. And then when Granorg was in danger, he offered the queen's head to save his own. The circumstances won't mean anything if we kill him. It'll throw his unit into disarray. We've got to help Raj and the rest of the army, so that's what we'll do. Yes. My, look who's here. If it isn't Princess Erika herself. I'd heard nothing but rumors ever since you disappeared, but I'm glad to see you here well. I'm glad to see you are well. How dare you? You'll never be forgiven for selling your homeland to Alistel. And to add insult to injury, you now fight alongside them against its liberators. What an utter disgrace, Diaz. What are you saying? All that I did was for the sake of our kingdom. Had the war continued, all of the Granorg would have burned. Her Majesty rest her soul. Put her people first and forfeited her own life to that end. Do you truly think I have been so ignorant of your schemes? Your words are poison. Throw down your arms and put an end to this. So this is your true nature, Princess Erika. Yes? A pox upon your cries of homeland. There is no value in a country ruled by the tyrannical whims of your oppressive monarchy. You failed to grasp this, and yet here you are, waxing poetic about your precious homeland. Your ignorance is tyranny incarnate. You are truly the daughter of Victor the Despot. I cannot believe you of all people have the nerve to say that. I won't let a spoiled brat like you take the reign of power. I will survive to see that through. Stop this. You must realize how useless your struggle is. I shall struggle to my heart's content. Men, attack. He's so dead. Wait, what happened to the men? I think they have some treasure. Oh man, you guys are so dead. You don't even know it yet. Dead soldiers walking. I think he's like waiting. He's watching or something. Oh, that's only center? Ooh. Wow, 1 damage. No. Anti-stone. What? How did he get petrified again? Ooh, look at that XP. Waxing Rage. So this is how it ends. It's over, Diaz. You've lost. Now order your soldiers to stand down. Do so and I will spare your life. Wretched wench. Wench count number 3. Bastard. Stock. You're too naive. As long as men like him live, there will always be seeds of uncertainty. You're right. Don't worry, it's my job to do the dirty work. Now let's go join up with Raj. Well done, Stock. We're down to mere patches of organized resistance. So let's wrap this up. I'm coming too. Diaz was just a diversion. He was forced out. He was forced out here to buy time. They still have Field Marshal Viola on their side. Viola? I hope we can avoid fighting her, if at all possible. Well, it won't do any good to stand around here. Let's go, Stock. Prophet Noah, please lead us with your wisdom. What should we do? Yes, Prophet Noah. Ah, truly. As you wish. I have heard and accepted your most gracious words. My children. He's gonna get turned to sand right here. My children, there is no need to fear, for the Prophet Noah has spoken. God tests us now, as he always has, a test of faith in our hearts. Now is truly our ordeal. General Hugo, we didn't come here to listen to you talk. Yeah, let the Prophet Noah tell us himself. Prophet Noah, let us hear your voice. Stop, I say. Damn it, let me go. You're just a general Prophet Noah entrusted the army to. Stop acting like you're some kind of big shot. Don't you understand? I said stop. No. Huh? A dummy? Damn it. This is a dummy. That's not a real person. What the hell is going on here? Where's the Prophet Noah? Hugo. What did you do with the Prophet? Answer us, Hugo. Silence, you rabble. You dare to raise objection to the words of Noah? Guards, what are you doing? Restrain every last one of them. This isn't good. The rebel army is... Those heathens are breaking into the city. And they've got Beastkind with them. Run! Run for your lives! Fools. Major Rush and Lieutenant Stock too. Ex-Major to be precise. I'm glad you're safe. Glad we're safe, huh? Those words aren't usually spoken to your enemy. Do you mean you won't fight us? Right, well, there are some that still say they will, though. All still is done. Can't believe Noah was a dummy. You read the Prophets for Dummies book, though. Or Prophecies for Dummies, I guess. How to be a prophet for dummies. What? What did you just say? Noah was a dummy. What did you mean by that? A dummy, a puppet. It's just what I said. This is the prophet Noah. No way. We were all deceived by Hugo. He led us to believe that Noah really existed. We actually prayed to this thing. We fought in the name of false idea. Noah, the father of Alistel. We called him a savior, and he hasn't even been here. Well, he was alive 5 years ago, that much I know. And I don't mean this wooden mockery, I mean the real man who spoke to us. But after he fell ill, Hugo became his representative. Noah was getting on in age, he must have died. Hugo could have assassinated him. But at this point, what does it matter? Regardless, Hugo covered up Noah's death and used it to take control of Alistal. He bent the will of a nation to his own desires. We'll be okay. The prophet Noah is watching over us. Heal and all those soldiers fought in Noah's name. And they died believing. Their faith, their patriotism, they were all betrayed. Hugo, I will show you no mercy. I hope I get to fight... Who was that guy again? Dang it, not Salvan, but the guy that wasn't in the battle. I hope I get to fight him for real in the other world. Whoa! I thought this place was peaceful. Can she push? Yes, she can. Oh, no. It says... Oh, but the back one. Who's that enemy? Wow. I'm gonna kill him with the cannon yet. Alright. Oh wait, I gotta push it to the middle. But I can't push it to the middle. Damn. Marvelous. Oh, nice. Everyone got a level. That magic upgrade. Boom. What do you want me to do, game? Defeat Hugo. Oh, I gotta go to the palace, okay. Let me kill them, why not? Ah, there we go. Diaz, that was his name. I hope I get to fight him in the real timeline. Can I fight those guys? No one else here. Let's go to the castle. Doesn't do great damage. Why can't you do a little bit more damage? Just a tiny little bit more. She has 101 mana. Ooh, take it. Huh? Field Marshal Viola. Field Marshal Viola. Commanders such as yourself must understand the situation at hand. Please, do your men a favor and put an end to this struggle peacefully. We ask the soldier of kingdom to unify. We ask the soldiers of the kingdom we unify to fight. I cannot allow the lives of the faithful to be trampled upon by heathens and savages. Doing so would tarnish the honor of Alistar's army and its people. Your sense of duty is admirable, but we can no longer afford to be so blind. You must know about Noah. It's already been... Don't say another word. Don't take away my reason to fight. If you do, no one can take responsibility for the believers. I cannot accept that. Field Marshal Viola. For me to intend to act as a scapegoat for Hugo? I would never. But even now, I am still a loyal servant to the Prophet Noah. You are the rebel army that draws its weapons against him. And as there is the possibility for you to harm his followers, my duty as a soldier is to ensure that doesn't happen. Don't you see? To die here would be meaningless. Stop, Lieutenant General. Say any more and it'll just damage her pride even more. Do not speak as though you understand. After having formed an army to destroy us. Enough. Let us end this with our swords. I will show you no order, former subordinate or not. Ready yourselves. Oh, hold on. You messed up with this setup. Wait a minute. Why am I doing 1 damage? I mean 0 damage. I was a boss. As expected. Now, Alistel is its reason to stop fighting. The Valkyrie has fallen in battle. No one could object to a ceasefire. Isn't that so, Lieutenant General? They didn't need a reason. You could have been the foundation of support for the faithful in the restructure. Had our roles been reversed, we would have done the same thing, Lieutenant General. I am equally as guilty for being unable to stop Hugo before it came to this, but there was no reason to fight to such a bitter end. Then you take responsibility in your own way. Hugo has gone to Alistel. Leo, come on, hang in there. My days were already so few. My disease. Please, just let me go quietly. I'm alone again? A few days later. I'm supposed to meet Erica in the audience hall today. The Prophet now is no more. The rebel troops have won, and the townspeople hate us. The days of Alistel are at the end. This is the end of Alistel. This isn't Alistelian land anymore. Those people should just get out of here already. Those them Alistelians need to get out of here already. I'd kick those jerks out if I was allowed to. Yeesh. Now that Alistel has been defeated, the anti-Alistel sentiment has gotten louder. Tension, discrimination, violence, all of these are real problems right now. The end of war doesn't bring peace, it simply brings confusion. I hope that Lady Aruka's power can bring peace to the city. Listen and be amazed. It was Lady Aruka who led the rebel army. I knew Lady Aruka was a special person, a born leader. I heard Noah is already dead. The people of Alistel followed him fervently, didn't they? What will they do now? Hey. Can't believe the Prophet Noah is no longer with us. Alas, what shall I do? Sir Diaz, what did this have to happen? Stop, just stop. How dare you address him as sir? He's a traitor, a dirty, dirty traitor. That scumbag even tried to kill Queen Aruka. One death is not enough for that man. But I just can't envision someone like him as a traitor. Those strong, soulful eyes. There's no way they could have been so short-sighted. He did seem a bit different from the other knights, but he's dead now, so nobody will ever know. Diaz used to be the apple of all ladies' eyes. Everyone fawned over the gallant knight, and now he's turned into a greedy traitor, and is hated by all who love him. Yet, at least the damage to our country was minimized because he betrayed us early. Now that he's dead, though, there's no way to know for sure what he wanted. I still can't bring myself to call him a traitor now. Oh, Stock, welcome. Her Royal Highness Queen Aruka is in the audience hall. You're Stock, aren't you? I've heard about you from Her Highness Queen Aruka. Please enter. My Stock. How good of you to come. Lady Aruka is in the audience hall. This is the training area. Everyone is training hard. Or hardly training. There were so many Alistel soldiers walking around like they owned the place. I'm so happy that's over. Our royal family is entombed here. It's humiliating that they trampled through it. I'm so happy to be free from Alistel. Sorry I'm late. Don't be. I'm glad you were able to take the rest you needed. We found the bastard, just like Field Marshal Viola said. He got turned tail back to Alistel. He's got about 500 of his utterly brainwashed soldiers with him, and Heist. Then our destination is decided. Stuck. There's no future for Hugo. To be quite honest, it would be harmless if we left him as is. We still intend to go. Field Marshal Viola fulfilled her duty to our life's end. We can't turn our backs on this. Are you going to get revenge for your fallen men? At first that was why, but it's different now. How so? The people who have been left behind here need to go home to Alistel. Our fallen friends have to be returned to their families. Wouldn't you agree? Stuck. You really have changed for the better. I'm proud of you. Aren't you guys going home? We'll fight to the end as well. It'd be unfair if we went home and you couldn't. Everyone, thank you. This will be the last stand. Please lend me your strength for just a little longer. The civilians seemed to have calmed down for the most part. We've managed to dismantle Vanel's Thermotech device as well. As long as the bare minimum of soldiers are left here, there will be no complications. Please go forth without reservations, Doc. Alright, then I'll leave the rest to you. Excuse me. Of course. We'll come back as soon as Hugo is dealt with. I shall look forward to it. This was not included in the terms of our bargain, Hugo. You said we would survive if we fled to Alistel. Yet your army is reduced to 500 men, most of them your personal guard. What do you hope to accomplish with such a paltry force? Silence. Reinork's military incompetence is what caused this. The front line collapse at its heels. What? How dare you slander the Diaz Knights? Besides, the failures of the Alistel army are not so easily dismissed. Although, the apples don't fall far from the tree. You failed to destroy them with the weapon. Will you shut up? Surely you understand by whose grace you are still even alive. Such humorous words. Whose grace, you ask? I can answer that question readily. None other than the Grand Prophet Noah, How is that for an educated guess? Perhaps I should take a moment to offer a prayer for Noah's continued graces. Almighty all-seeing Grand Prophet Noah, if it is your will, grant me the strength to exterminate the heathens and infidels. Am I doing it right? Scum. Have you forgotten how you came to me and begged for your life after betraying your queen? Pleaded for my life? Me? Surely you've confused me with someone else. Do not distort the truth to suit your convenience. You surrendered. That much should be clear to you. What would you know? Diaz and I, our goal was to lay the foundation of a new kingdom. That is why we forfeited Protea. That kept the casualties to a minimum. You're saying you used us? That was the plan, but now Diaz is slain and I am broken. It's over. But that doesn't mean I intend to stay aboard your sinking ship. You bastard. You think you can escape? Tut. What nonsense. You're the one who escaped. But not for long. The rebels are on their way to erase you from history itself. Farewell. It shall be my name they write about in the text of future generations. Ah, Count Selvin. What might you be up to? It doesn't concern you. The dream Diaz and I shared to give birth to an ideal kingdom would be my reality one day. I'll be remembered as the man who reshaped the world. Ah, lofty goals. But alas, you bastard. Pathetic men like you do not shape history. Hearing you prattle on about it offends me. Well done, Heiss. Give my thanks for dealing with that wretched mess. Had a man like him been kept alive, I'm sure he would rise to interfere with my ambitions. Consider it a parting gift. What? I was a fool to think you were capable of creating even the smallest wrinkle in history. My patience with you has run its course. Do as you will with your fleeting life. Wait. If we combine our manpower, we could have well over 1,000 troops, besides the rebel armies disbanding, and those brutes have returned to their village. We can, with the right strategy, turn the tide of this war. Really, Hugo? Are you so incapable of seeing the truth without Noah at your side? What do you mean? Your personal guard has already abandoned you. That can be. Selvan said so himself, just a moment ago. No idiot would stay on a sinking ship. Your 500 soldiers have joined the winning team, the rebels. That's impossible. Well, I had to leave on a low note, but I should be going. Man of power can't seem to do anything right, so I'll have to take care of things myself. Wait. You can't just leave me. What are you going to do about this country? My country, Alistal. The nerve of these imbeciles. Let them have their speeches, I'll show them. Fanel, where is Fanel? It's time to activate the device. I'll use the sword. The magic blade of time. Historica. So did Heist... Is Heist controlling this world with the Black Book? Or did he give it to someone in this world? Hello Lati, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. It's a RPG reading playing game. Excuse my chair. I never imagined that growing so dependent on something could lead to such frailty. It just goes to show how strong Noah's influence was over the people. They believed in him so much. Be betrayed by him made the despair that much stronger. Alistal was united by the Prophet, but I finally understand just how unstable its foundation was. Yeah, it's not going to be easy getting this country back on its feet. I agree. They leaned on the Prophet Noah for so much support, they've forgotten how to stand. Our first task will be to give them new reason to live. Leading them in that direction will be your job from here on. Quite honestly, I don't think I'm cut out for the job. That's why I wanted Field Marshal Viola to stick around. With her charisma, she could have done a better job than I will ever be capable of. But Lieutenant General, that kind of charisma is what caused the situation we're in. Noah's charisma made this country, and then Hugo spoiled it. I understand that. But she had something more humane. The Prophet ended up turning the people into marionettes, but her? She was deserving of much greater end. I understand how great a person Viola was as well, but Lieutenant General, we have to accept that she's no longer. You're right. I'm sorry. I need to do this now. Let's go. We still got a job to do. Right. Where is that Hugo bastard? He would have gone to his office, but I doubt he'd stay. He'd have stayed there long. He's probably hiding somewhere. Well, then what's the plan? Are we just going to comb the entire city? If memory serves, didn't he have an underground sector that he kept sealed off? Hugo depended on Fennel for his dirty work, so that'd be a good place to start looking. So much has happened since I was chased from here, but I'm finally back. It's time to make a clean incision to remove the rat from Alistel. I know she'll be watching over me. It would be funny if he was the villain of this timeline. Oh, he's level 48. Dude, go get some levels. Oh, Stuck, I heard you were discharged. I'm glad to see you're doing alright. We're no longer accepting volunteers anymore considering the current state of affairs. Oh, but Ditto, Gadav joined the army a while back. Thank you. Allow me to repay you for that. Ooh, money. Money! What will become of Alistel? Let me save before I talk to him. The rotten parts of Alistel will soon be cut off. I didn't know what you were so passionate about. I didn't know that you were so passionate about this. If only you were this serious earlier on, Hugo would have been... Yeah, you're right. I used to be passionate and active like you, but that was a long time ago. What happened? You know the story of how Raj got his gauntlet, right? Yeah, he nearly lost his life during an operation. I was the commander of that operation. It was my first defeat, but the outcome was a trivial matter. I let a lot of good soldiers die, and I was responsible for Raj's permanent injuries. That day I learned what the true fear was. From that moment forward, I stopped taking initiative. That's the me, you know. But that ends here. All of us must take action now, and I am no exception. In order to revive the country the Prophet Noah left behind, look, I look forward to your future. I look forward to yours as well. The young lions of Alistel. Been a while. Going to the underground lab now, aren't you? For the sake of this nation. No, the world. Young lions, if you're going, would you grant me a wish? No, no wishes. Hello Gilded, how you doing? Yeah, it's pretty hard. You have to get levels in this game. Tell me. Thank you. I ask you to save a certain soldier, my friend. What can you tell me about him? His name is Cyril. He should have a gauntlet attached to his left hand. Gauntlet? An experimental prototype. Fennel was the one who created it. Fennel pursued nothing but power in the gauntlet. He didn't consider the safety of his test subjects, and many people died in his experiments. My friend was the only one successful experiment, and now he is confined to the lab. Now that the army is virtually wiped out, he'll be trapped there until he dies. Please, young lions, save him. How's the Final Fantasy going? Been a while since I played that one. Oh, I always thought it was to the left. Was there a door here? Hey. Ego isn't here. Did he use this device to go somewhere else? This. Can't believe this place has been right under Alistel Castle. I can't believe they built it with the country's coffers. Let's not worry about that right now. Ego needs to be our primary concern. Damn that Heise. How dare he come this far to betray me? I've had enough. I'll handle things myself from now on. Final, started. You sure? This device hasn't had proper testing. You should at least have some Ethereum. Silence. Shut up and start it. Alright. Wait and see, Heise. You'll live to regret betraying me. Well, here goes. Power. Feel the power surging inside. Was the experiment a success? Are you alright, Hugo? Where are you? No. Amazing. This is the power of a god. I have obtained the power of a god. Prophet Noah, I shall purify everything in your name with my own 2 hands. He was a monster, and what they created was a tyrant. I think this is the nest from Resident Evil. Oh. Whatever. Let me change my group. Oops, that's not how you change body. I just saw General Higa with Engineer Fennel. I was kind of following them, but then I lost them. I heard rumors that there are places in here that you can't usually find. They're true. I wonder if there are any hidden switches or secret passages. I looked around but I didn't find anything. Maybe it's some new technology that Engineer Fennel's developed. Well, good thing I can see invisible switches. I'm getting some crappy XP. The Magitech armor. Hey, not that. Yeah, it's pretty good. I kind of wish it was just like I wish it wasn't two timelines, because I feel like it's dragging on. But it's pretty good. It's kind of like two games, kind of. Whoa. What am I looking for again? Rosto, right? What? I mean, it's not that bad, it's just a week. But I think it could have been shorter. I wouldn't mind finishing yesterday. And that's what she said. Ooh. Orichalc mail. How are you doing, Moist? Ew. I don't want him to be that slow though. What about... Yeah. You need a drink? Are you having a whiskey? Vodka? I could have dealt with that better. Ooh. Metro mail. Mm. I'm hoping it will kill everyone. Nice. Am I? Oh, what is that? Something seems different here. There's something below. Is this a switch? Should I activate a switch? Push. The transportation device to the lower area has been activated. I was broke earlier, 2 hours ago. I got 160,000. I had no money. That kind of broke. Can't stop, run. Acting strange, get ready. Eat out. How was your day, Moist? Was it good? Hmm? Hey, look at his left arm. Connected to the Tau machine. Is he the soldier we... So you guys are the ones who stopped me. You're awake. You're Zero, aren't you? We were asked to get you out of here. I see. Thank you. But I don't have much time left. I wasn't being kept alive by Gauntlet anyway. I'm sure you've heard. I was used as a prototype for the development of the Gauntlet. The experiments pushed my body to the brink, and I can't come back. The only thing keeping me alive was the Tau machine's energy flowing through the Gauntlet. I'm sorry, no need to be sorry. I'm grateful for this, actually. I'm glad that in the end I was capable of free will. And if you could do me a favor, tell my one and only friend how thankful I am. Alright. Thank you. You have a gauntlet just like me. So take this. You should be able to utilize it. For me? Blast score. Now go. I'm fading out. System malfunction. Malfunction. System malfunction. Critical error detected in the mainframe. Let's go. Yeah. Alright. Alright, let's... Whoa, shit. I'm gonna go deliver that quest. Ooh, 3,000. That's how I got my money back. 3,000 per battle. I should just use the no battle thing just to get back to him. Come on, guys. How do I fight you? Ooh. I don't think I'll be able to kill them all. Oh, you know what? Does she have magic boost? No. He might be able to one-shot him, but probably not. Yeah. It was a lot of damage. Either way. Oh, I messed up with that. I shouldn't have pushed him. I should have grappled him. Hey. On the way back, I'll use my invisibility cloak. Get the specialty. Oh, where did you come from? Wait, what? Tourniquet, nice. I only used it for that one boss. Oh, I'm screwing. I thought he would get added to the battle. One. Talk to him. See? I see Sosero. He called me his only friend. He remembered. Old meant he wouldn't be... That's right. I too was a test subject for the gauntlet. We both had no families and we became friends during the test process. But during the day of the final experiment, Sero sabotaged my gauntlet. As you can imagine, my experiment failed when Sero succeeded. That is why I am a free man now. And all it cost me was my right arm and my only friend. I apologize. Here is the reward for your effort. Take it, please. Medibranch. Dandelions, you have saved Zero. You have my gratitude. Thank you. I'm gonna switch art. For the princess, whatever her name is. Eruka. Anyway, there's someone just gonna run through this place, no battle. What? Alright. Error. System failure detected. Oh, she's not with me. Whoops. Well, never mind. Oh wait, I gotta... You are all dead. What? They survived. It wasn't my fault that she died. Where do I explode? That? Maybe? Nothing else here. Oh. No secret treasures? How did they get past it though? Did they rebuild it on their way? My superior is Engineer Fennel. He was researching gauntlets up until 2 years ago, but then he suddenly stopped. I wonder why. Such a shame he didn't continue. Fennel's gauntlet, huh? Don't things feel a bit off in the laboratory? I think I'll go home early today. You should go now. Oh. Arco leveled up. Why didn't they get grouped up in one battle? Why do I have to do this twice? Oh boy. Come on, I punted him. Does he have enough mana? Don't push. No, don't even push. Again, why aren't you in the same battle? Okay, come on. I don't know, attack somebody. Anybody. Oh, I messed it up. But whatever. I got it. Celestial Dew. Do. Come on. Oh, there's gotta be a secret switch. Somewhere. Oh, maybe here? No. How did I miss this? There we go. When I was on the wide one, how did I? Okay. Still. Whoa. Where is this guy? I'm kind of getting restless. I want to kill Hugo already. Oh. My arm. Oh. No, this should be fine. Right? Yeah. Got him. Alright, I guess I have to use the other barrel here. There might be two on that side, or I might have to reset the room. Well, then there might be treasure on the other side. I bet I was supposed to do the right side first. They would have two more barrels maybe. Guess find out. No treasure. Medi branch. Well, no matter what, I guess you have to leave this. Burn. I'm gonna launch them up like your lightning. Let me heal up at least. You go. Everything I've done has been correct. We finally find you. And those are the first words out of your mouth? To hell with you. My will is that of the Prophet Noah. There can be no mistake of that. No other can hear the Prophet's words, convey them, and enact them accordingly. Please answer me, Prophet Noah. Please provide your gracious guidance. Wait, something is not right. The stabilization of the world, yes, the Prophet desires purification. I understand, Prophet Noah. I will fill the world with your children, as you deem it so. I will lead them to the horizon of peace. Is that my task? Who's he talking to? He's creepy. You there, the swordsman clad in red. What? You have power, but it isn't enough to save the world. I will share the Prophet's power with you. Noah's power? What the hell is he babbling about? The Prophet Noah's power transcends time and space and leads people to salvation. I shall grant you that power, and it shall let us spread the Prophet's ideals together. The power of Noah is the power of Noah you speak of the power of flux? In human language, yes. It could be said the Prophet's power is that of flux. And if I had this power, I could bend time to my will. Is that what you're saying? You already understand it. Such truths are clear as day to you. Doug, what are you talking about? You do not have to understand yet. All is guided by the Prophet Noah. Why would you tell me this? I'm your enemy, one who has done you a great wrong at that. Wouldn't you prefer to use Noah's power to kill us? As I have said this whole time, I am but a servant to the Prophet Noah and his guidance. I am just a conduit of his will and words, that is all. Come on, Stark, he's gone off the deep end. There's no point in reasoning with him. Brainy's right. He'd say anything to save his skin. It's clearly a trap. All things considered, it makes the most sense to assume that Yuga's words are a trap. But for a man who should be completely yawning, cornered, he has a lot of confidence. And most convincing of all, he knows about my ability to travel through time. That being the case, you can't just write of his words as the ravings of a lunatic. This power of Noah, if I were to obtain it, I might be able to stop the desertification. Can I take this leap of faith knowing the danger? I have to think about this one carefully. Draw your sword. I think take the power is the bad ending. Except he goes over and use it to stop the desertification. Is that what I should do? Take the power. If I gain the power of flux, I can use the White Chronicle to its full potential. Alright, you go. I'll take this power of Noah. Stark, are you crazy? Ah. Then you chose wisely. It is all as the Prophet Noah wills it to be. Now step forward. I shall grant you power. Fuck no. So this is the power of flux. It's a stock. Stock, you can't give in. Come back to us. Hey, what happened? Are you okay, Stock? There's nothing to fear. His heart is gone to the Prophet, and now it's your turn. No. No. Damn it. I like how Ott just ran away. Stock accepted Hugo's offer and obtained the power of Noah, but the forces of destruction were too heavy for Stock's heart to bear. As Stock's consciousness began to fade, all he could do was watch as his friends fell to Hugo. Hugo, the mortal, was no more. As a demigod, he became unstoppable. Hugo the Omnipotent. The end. You returned, Stock. Your heart was one step away from being consumed. I hope you remember to thank Ott. You saved your life. However, now the only one who can defeat Hugo is gone, and the world will be broken under his heels. We were almost there. Almost. Stock. Choose the right path and save the world. You can do it, Stock. Don't give up. Oh, what? Wow. It sent me all the way here. Draw your sword. Defeat Ego. To do that, draw your sword. I don't need Noah's power. My fate is mine to carve. Who would deny the Prophet Noah's power? Such arrogance. Leave them to me, Prophet Noah. The heathens are driven by their evil ways, but I won't let them defile the land. All and everything I'll purify everything in your name. You're pitiful, Hugo. I'll release you from this madness. It's gonna be just phase 1, right? Is it over? No, not yet. No way. His wounds are healing right up. Healing? What you are witnessing is nothing as simple as that. My power governs time. And you'll need to rewind the space around my body to reverse the injuries. Rewind? What's he going on about? Now, that first round didn't tire you out, did it? I am a god, and as much I demand to be entertained. Damn it, is he immortal? What are we supposed to do? Look as though you'd like to know the secret to a god's power. And I shall tell you. I absorb the power of the Blade of Time, Historica. Historica? But it's Samra sword. So you know of it. The blade is imbued with the power of flux, set to hold sway over time itself. Having taken that power as my own, I can bend time around my body as often as I need to. Flux again. I'm sick of hearing that word. What's he saying, then? Is that we can bring him down if we have the sword, right? Where is this Historica thing? Is that... Yes, that's Historica. If we use that blade, we should be able to kill Hugo. It's futile. I've absorbed the blade's power already. What you see is no magic blade. It's a miserable pile of steel. No one can kill me. I am God. Damn it, what are we supposed to do? I never imagined that humans could replicate the power of flux. Alistair has been researching it for a long time. But its power is unstoppable. You could break through it if you knew how. He claims to have taken his power from that blade. Is that of any use? Perhaps the blade may come in handy then. Its power could be restored. And there is one who may know something about doing so. Yeah, I have things I want to ask him. Well then, Stark, I'll leave the rest to you. What they said is true, but Stark? I'm interested in this blade, but I should speak to Fennel first. How dare you, Hugo, disposing of me like this? Tell me how to defeat him. That blade, the magical blade of time, Historica. If you use that, you won't be able to move time back. He is no god. He is only a man. The blade has lost its power. How do I get it back? That blade. It was taken from a warrior named Samra from Celestia. Perhaps if you went to Celestia... Time attack. My time attack. Please, defeat Hugo. That fool made my time attack into nothing. May he be destroyed. What did it say? Magic Honeyblade? Old Magic Blade. Fennel. He said I needed the power of the blade to defeat Hugo. The blade itself apparently came from Celestian warrior named Samra. Perhaps I'll find something out if I go to Celestia. We could save though. How far is the Celestia? Near the end of this timeline. And I have to go do some time traveling. What is the meaning of this? You don't have permission to be in here. I'm about to begin adjustment on the tower moments. I will not tolerate distractions. I've heard you used to do research on gauntlets. Where did you hear that from? That was a long time ago. And do you have a point? Tell me the results. No, it's irrelevant. But research is postponed indefinitely. The tower moments became a much higher priority, and I'm very busy with them. So you didn't just move on because you were unable to complete the research. I heard the young researcher made a discovery in that field and beat you to the punch. Blasphemy. The gauntlet research I produced is the ultimate achievement in the Taumatech studies. His theories have nothing on the factual basis and research-backed evidence I published. But if there were other theories, why did your research come to an halt? If it's not perfect yet, it's not like you to leave it be. Because it's boring. Engineering is only worthwhile when you have rivals to spur you onward. That is what keeps otherwise mundane research interesting. I thought I had finally found a worthy adversary, but that fool. I quit reading. That's why I dropped the line of research and pursued one with greater returns. However, I do understand your train of thought. It isn't like me to leave incomplete research to sit and collect dust. If there's someone out there who can comprehend my genius, I suppose you can take this. It's my gauntlet research. Paste forward. Nice. Those findings will be leaps and bounds above whoever should need them. Don't let it go to waste. But I've wasted enough time talking. Get out. You are the obstruction of progress. Thanks for this, and sorry to have bothered you. I had high hopes for him. He could have taken my research and... Ha! Fool. Truly a fool. What is he talking about? Did I save last time? I think I did. "37 notes to go," or whatever. Oh, 4 parts. Now I can strengthen Rush's gauntlet. Are you ready, Rush? Hey, what are you trying to do? I don't like that look in your eyes. Yeah, don't worry, it won't hurt. Sonia, calm down. Let's talk this over. No. Ow, quit it. You look quite dashing, Rush. Blast pain. Haste mode. I thought I was going to die. I think I've done all that I possibly can for this gauntlet. Now it's your turn. Just don't lose and everything will be fine. Alright. There's no more. I'm so relieved. What was that, Rush? I just said I'm so really... no, I'm so let's go stock. I can't wait to test out all the new powers of my gauntlet. That sword. This old blade? Yes, may I see it? I knew it. It's very worn, but there's no doubt. This is the magic blade Historica. This was Samra's blade. Where did you get this? In Alistel? See. Samra will never return to this village then. I give this sword to you. The fact that you have it now may be Destiny's doing. After watching you, I now know that not all humans are evil creatures. So, you should be the one who have the sword, but the power's already been drained from the sword. I know. Come with me. This is a magic blade that was passed down in this village over many generations. It was created by the power of Flux, during the age of the Lost Empire. Flux. You mean the curse of Granorg? It's not a curse. It's the power to stabilize the mana of this continent. And the humans continue to abuse that power. Don't worry. I'm not coming down on you in particular this time. Allow me to restore this blade's power. Take it. Obtained Historica. The Patriarch tells me you have a special soul. You'll be able to stand up to the destruction. I believe you can bring the people salvation. I have high hopes for you. Blade's Resurrection has been added as an event. That guy, I don't think you ever see him, but they did mention him a while ago. He went to Alistel and never returned. But why would he take that sword with him? I guess it was his sword. Ah, the Wind God book. This contains the secret skill, Wind God Strike. This skill will prove to assist you in battle. Now do you feel that Kafka is capable of besting me in combat? I will gladly duel him. Maybe he's ready to face me. But Kafka must be willing to put his life on the line. A warrior must risk all to learn these skills. Good, let's begin. Now to duel for the knowledge of the Wind God Strike. Should I use the same... same strat? Let's change again, just in case. Maybe twice is enough? Oh, okay. Well, an attack might have done it. Brilliant. Well done, Kafka. You've proven your mastery of the skill. Wind God Strike. This is not the only hidden skill I can teach you. Did you happen to find books of the hidden skills? Bring them to me. Kafka, honor your guttural nature. I will take your advice to heart, master. Ultimate skill. I have one more book. Ah, it's you. Have you had any luck finding our secret texts? Strongman, Tri-Strike, Wind God, and Omnipedia. If you find any of them, bring them to me. I guess that's it. Oh no. Morning in? What if I want to sleep into a moon ring? I don't know. Look at his health. Insane. I guess I'll draw the blade again. Can I skip this? You're pitiful, Hugo. We'll release you from this madness. Okay, let's one-shot him again. Could I just learn Wind God Strike? Ooh. You gain more health this time, it seems. Oh, I totally... Oh, now she has two traps set up. He's only taking up one place, okay. She can push him. Let's see if this is going to work. I'm not sure if he has grapple, but I think he does. Push. Hmm. Here we go. There we go. Ah, what? I underestimated your strength. Is it over? Ah. Such a shame. I told you I was immortal. I can rewind time by my body. And any wounds I sustained cease to exist. Wait. Is Historica reacting? Ah. What is this power? This can't be. Why isn't my time rewinding? What's going on? No, rewind. Rewind, damn it. Looks like Historica prevented Hugo from rewinding time. But he tried anyway. So he must have exerted himself past his limits. It's over. Ah, the light. It's you, Prophet Noah. What is it with this guy? He's on fire, but he's... Hugo? Prophet Noah? I will join you at your side. I don't need a body. My soul will be with you forever. And the warm. I've waited for this for so long, so very long. Noah. He was smiling. He looked really peaceful and happy. The illusion he saw as he stood on the brink of death is no doubt the cause. Or you don't think Noah really... Hell no. There's no way a rat bastard like him is gonna find salvation. Damn it. I don't feel like we won at all. Why not? You all won. I don't know about that. That bastard didn't even know how many lives he ruined. He atoned for nothing. He threw his responsibility away and just ran off to his precious Noah. And then he died with the happiest smile in the world. In that respect, maybe he's the winner after all. Except that now he's dead. And his name will forever bear his stigma. He'll never be remembered. This is his end. You're right. What's most important is that you leave what you leave behind when you're done. Yeah, besides, we're the ones who get to forge history from now on, right? We don't have time to bother with a bastard like him. He's right. The more time we dedicate to his memory, the longer Hugo remains in history. It would be playing right into his hands. Yeah, his twisted desires die right here with him. Hugo, the time has come to an end. You and Noah can be gone. So, excuse me. So it's finally over. Thank you for all your hard work. Well, Hugo's been dealt with. But where's Heist? He wasn't inside the castle. It seems he deserted Hugo and escaped. I see. Is it safe to say that peace has returned to Alisal now? Indeed it has. I will stay here and fulfill my responsibilities as best I can. I can abandon the people here after all. Please pass that along to the princess for me. Things will not be easy. Be on your guard. If you need it, we would be happy to lend a hand. Celestia will too, Alistel, and Celestia are next door neighbors. My, how reassuring. You are indeed ambassadors of lands to be trusted. But it will be my job to ensure we don't need too much help. I'm sure you're the man for the job. Let's see the true strength of Alistel's slumbering lion. Don't tease me now. But you're right, I can't afford to sleep any longer. An end to madness. Ooh, that should have been the title of the stream. There we go. Wielder of Infinity. You returned stock. Protea and Hugo have been slain, and it would seem that peace has been restored to the world. But I'm sorry, it's not over yet. I've added a new chapter to the White Chronicle. No matter what happens, please don't lose stock. Alternate History Final Chapter. Ice. Phew, we've been through a lot. But I think this kingdom's finally starting to settle down. Yeah, and it's all thanks to you. Our new queen Eruka. I'm just glad the war's over. Yep. Looks like things are going pretty well. I just hope there are no more surprises on the road to peace. Hey Stock, we should start heading to the palace. We got a summons from Princess Eruka, right? Rainy? She's not a princess anymore. She's the queen. Lady Eruka was coronated the other day. Ah, you're right. It's just, you know, happy that I call her princess. Well, anyways, Queen Eruka summoned us, so we should get going to the palace. Shouldn't keep the queen waiting. Yeah, let's go. Oops. Some people are looking to Queen Eruka for hope instead of the Prophet Noah. But I can't bring myself to betray the Prophet Noah's memory. Alice, what shall I do? I heard Noah is already dead, but people of Alistel followed him fervently, didn't they? What will they do now? I already said that. Whoops. I cannot allow Eruka to perform the ritual of flux. She must be stopped, or all my plans will come to nothing. We're nearly there, Stock. Just a little longer. So he was using me this whole time. What's all the commotion? Queen Eruka. Everyone listen. What happened? Someone broke into the passage leading to the royal hall. I'll tell you the specifics on the way. How cruel. These corpses, they've all been attacked from behind. I can't believe any one man could do this to so many soldiers. He was no ordinary man. Who in the world? Whoever it was cloaked himself before moving behind the soldiers for the kill. There's only one man I know who can do that. Heist did this. No way, Heist? I can't believe that Heist could pull this off, but... What are you doing, Heist? Stuck. Where are you going? I'm going to find out just what he's really up to. Hey, Stark. So what's through that passage? Ahead is the Royal Hall. It's an extremely important place where those of royal blood perform the ritual of flux. What? Ice is in there? It can't be good. Whoever this person is, he killed many soldiers. If we don't hurry, the Red One will be in danger. Yeah, we should go too. Queen Eruka, please stay here. But you're the ruler of this kingdom now. You can't put yourself in harm's way anymore. Don't worry, we'll handle it. I understand. Stay. Ice. You've come, Stark. It really is Ice. So it was you. Why? I aim to stop the ritual, and the reason for that, Stark, is to spare your life. What? The same. Stark and this Heist guy have the same. Ah, the Beastkind had noticed. Shaman of Celestia, from the looks of her. I see. Of course, she'd realize. What? Relax, Stark. Beastkind most likely shares my esteem. She wants to save you too. What are you talking about? Oh, you'll find out sooner or later. Enough idle chatter though. Let's get to business. What the? What did you do? I suppressed the power of flux. Now Eruka can't perform the ritual anymore. What? If you do that, this world would eventually be engulfed in sand. What? Hey, don't worry. We only need a queen to restore the power of flux. Fools. Did you think I'd use a spell that could be so easily countered? The spell can only be broken from the Imperial Runes at the center of Flux. The Imperial Runes. I'll be waiting for you there. Meet me at the ruins and I'll tell you everything. Wait. He disappeared. Not. What was he talking about? I'm sorry, I don't want you to know. The world is in danger of being swallowed by sand, and you still won't tell me? But he's stuck. We're in deep trouble, and if we don't hurry to the Imperial ruins. Yeah, you're right. Let's report back to Erica first, and then we'll be on our way. Liar. Good heavens, that's what happened? So all the strange occurrences that have been happening were his doing? Yeah. It's all ice. Is it also true that this ice used the power of flux? Yeah, it's true. If he can use the power of flux, there are two explanations. Either he is of Granor royal blood, or he holds the Black Book of Flux. At the very least, I believe he holds the Black Chronicle. My father, King Victor, was the prior holder of the Black Book of Flux. So I killed Victor and stole the Black Chronicle. And as a result, the ritual stopped, meaning he's to blame for the desertification. After seeing what he did a couple of moments ago, it seemed like that's what he wants. If we don't stop the bastard, things are gonna turn ugly. I don't think we have time to be chit-chatting like this. No, we don't. If the power of flux in the royal hall has been sealed, the world's mana can stabilize, which could cause catastrophes, even beyond the desertification. If that were to happen, things would be too far gone for the ritual to right them again. We must somehow stop him and free the power of flux. He said he'd be waiting for me at the Imperial ruins. They are to the northwest of Judgment Cliff. They're a quiet place, lingering in the depths of the mountains where no man trespasses. It's a land forgotten to history, northwest of Judgment Cliff. Alright. Let's go, everyone. I don't think there's a... I mean, there might have been to the left. Save point. .204 of 236. I don't think I'll be finishing this today. It's gonna be tomorrow, I guess. Wasn't it? No, it was this way, right? I don't think this is the right way. Good night, Moist. Thank you for hanging out. Some nice sleep. Hope you had a nice game night. I think the dude might be on the other side. Yeah, there he is. I love watching the city from this place. It used to be such a beautiful city. Oh, what did I miss? I missed something. Dang it. I did miss something. Can I go back from that node that I'm at, the final node that I'm at? Dang it. Maybe. Yeah. Not sure if it's. I guess it's this way. I heard Hugo died without even atoning for his sins. Get away with everything. It's deplorable. My life's work will be to ensure that history remembers his foul deeds. Maybe... Ow! All that commotion ended up getting me hurt. I was standing here like I always do, when a bunch of debris fell from the tower. The city obviously hates me, but I still love it, even though it gets worse every year. I don't think things are going to change just because Queen Aruka is on the throne now. Okay, this is what I was looking for. I don't think... have to run through that stupid forest again. Alright. Give me some tea at least while running. I love watching the city from this place. It used to be such a beautiful city. You shouldn't stand here too long. You might get hurt. Huh? What's with you? It's none of your business where I stand. Don't say that kind of stuff. It's creepy. Anyway, keep an eye on the sky. Alright. I gotta go back to the future. Oh, you're the fortune teller from before. Fortune teller? Foretold my future. But I ignored it. And now look what's happened. I regret that I didn't listen to you. From now on, I'm going to put more faith in people. Here's a gift. Consider it my penance for disrespecting you. Ooh, Omnipedia. No matter what happens to me, I'll always love this city. And now that Queen Saruka's on the throne, I'm sure it'll be as beautiful as it once was. Alright, let's go do the Omnipedia. I'm not gonna read that again, just did it a while ago. Damn, he got stronger this time. Well done, Gafka. Cosmos. It seems that you've mastered all the hidden arts. You did well to hold up as you did through all the training. I am proud. It's all thanks to your tutelage. I thank you, Master, for all the training you have given me. I will be sure to embrace your lessons and make them my foundation for the future. Carry the Cathedral's pride and believes. Carry the Cathedral's pride and believes with you, and go forth without hesitation. Do this, and a path will surely open for you. Alright, let's continue this. I'll be skipping some of these scenes, obviously. Let me go rest up. Am I too far? No, I'm not. Go, 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 go. Where is the exclamation mark? Still take damage though. Oh, right, she's not with me. I am just gonna run through all this. This is all old content. Right, I'll be right back before I enter that. Alright, sorry about that. So these are the Imperial ruins. They're almost completely covered in sand, but it hasn't been so long since the Empire's fall. The Empire itself must have been turned to sand. Ice is in here. Ice? Why'd you have to do all this? I don't get anything anymore. That's why we're here. Find out for ourselves. But it must be a trap. I bet there will be something waiting for us. Are we still going in? You're asking that after coming all this way? Make up your mind. Let's go, huh, Stuck? Yeah. If we don't get moving, the sand will swallow the whole world. The ritual absolutely must be performed. And we have things to settle with ice. Kind of reminds me of that one place in Elden Ring, where that one creature is throwing rocks at you. I'm getting attacked first. Damn, there's cockatrices. Butcher. These. Ah, not again. What the heck am I fighting? They don't have name? It's just shadows? Oh wait, what did I do? Okay. You wait. What? I thought he had no health. Does have a lot of health, apparently. There we go. That man has appeared in front of me several times and attacked with black energy. But who is he? What's his connection to Heis? That man wasn't alive. He wasn't alive? What do you mean by that? I think his dead body was under control. Oh wait. I think his dead body was under the Black Chronicle's control. Whoa there. Are you saying he was a walking corpse? That's impossible. At is a shaman who sends the souls to the deceased to the next world, of the deceased to the next world. She can hear voices of the dead and recognizes corpses that pretend to live. As just now. That man, he was really important. Oh, he's the... Is he Victor or is he the son? Ernst or something like that. He kept saying he was a ruler, that he was a king. Someone killed him and then started to control him. It hurt. He was angry. King. Should she be talking about the late King Victor of Granorg? Come to think of it, I got a glimpse of that man's face under his hood. It did resemble the description of King Victor. I'd heard once. He used the corpse of the king he slew as his minion. Revolting. The Chronicle can do that? Heis has access to powers I don't even know about. I'm not sure if it's a difference in the Chronicle's capabilities or the Wielders. In either case, he knows more about the Chronicle than I do. Stuck. Still don't think you should keep going. No, I'm not giving up. As the holder of the Chronicle, I can't give up. Huh? Hey, Stuck. What's this Chronicle thing you keep mentioning? It's a magical tome with power to influence flux. Heis has one of them. Ambassador has that kind of power? So that's how he pulled that trick back in the Royal Hall. But how do you know about it, Stuck? Because I have the other one. Heis gave me the White Chronicle and engineered its awakening. But why? That's what I'd like to find out. We'll have to hear his true motives directly from him. We should move on. Heis, he won't escape me. Ooh, I didn't know I could do that. Treasures? Oh, did I turn around too? No, at least I didn't do that. Is he taking up two places? I think he is. Break Kugel Mercy. I don't know whose weapon that could be. Maybe it's maybe it's a gun. Wait. Nothing here? I mean, there's a treasure, but how do I get it? Did I not hit the bear at all? I did. Okay, I was about to say. It. What's with the crystals? Nirvana plate. Up. Let me Oh boy, yeah, that's bad. Do-do-do-do. Really? Nice. You're here, Stock. Been a while. Or did we just see each other? I've jumped around so much in time that I don't know anymore. You're the wielder of the Black Chronicle. That's correct, Stock. Wielder of the White Chronicle, Book of Lux. I realized that you were using the Chronicle after that incident in Hugo's office. Up to that point, even I hadn't figured it out. I assume Lipti and Theo told you to tell no one. You know about them too? Why so surprised? I'm the one who gave you the White Chronicle. And Heist, let me ask you this. Why did you give it to me? What was the ultimate goal of your scheme? To have me awaken the White Chronicle. It wasn't a scheme so much. I want you to be my successor. Your successor. In order to succeed me, you first had to awaken the White Chronicle and gain its power. And so I gave you the book before sending you on an impossible mission. I hope to show you the world's true nature, to train you and to awaken the White Chronicle. What I didn't expect was for that awakening to happen much sooner than I planned. Or that you had the acting skill to hide it from me. Judging from the situation as it stands, I was right to do so. You truly are spec and spec agent. I underestimated your guile. Enough about that. What did you mean by successor? Explain yourself. I meant just what I said. I need a successor to carry on my plan. My plan will lead this world to its destruction, inducing the desertification and destroying the world. That's your plan? That's right, Stock. What are you thinking? Why would I willingly carry on with such a preposterous idea? Find someone else. No, it has to be you. And I'll tell you why. Because you're the prince. Because you're like me. What do you mean by that? Haven't you figured it out yet? You seem to have saved this world from certain destruction a few times with the White Chronicle. Don't change the subject. Answer the question, Ice. Was this world actually worth saving? Did you ever ask yourself that? What? I've given it a lot of thought over the many years, and I've come to this conclusion. This world deserves death. That's why I won't allow the ritual to take place. Wait, Heist. There's no reason to save it? That's his justification for destroying the world. Does Heist really want to destroy the world? Look at what he's done so far. I don't think there's any doubt. He's serious, alright. God. I think that's what we've been working for all this time. There's something I need to hear straight from his mouth. Let's go, everyone. Call for destruction. Cross star. Actually, hold on. Ooh, no. Damn, it's gonna take that away. Whatever. Wasted a lot of mana on this turn. Oh, him again. I'm kind of getting tired of the bear. Damn. Whoa. Okay, that wasn't a good idea. Nice. Hmm. There's two paths. There's one over here. Oh, let me see. Another way up, I think. This is not good. Okay guys, enough, he's dead. Dang it. So many paths. Oh, nice. What? Um... I don't know. Damn. Next. Ooh, just Derlo. The heck is that? Not a sword. Ew. Maybe it's good for him. Yeah. It's plus 100 health too. Pretty crazy. Nice. This time it went much better. Oh, really? Was it just it? I could have done that. What can I do here? And push somebody. Push him. Oof. Push him. Push him. And Will-O-Wisp for the win. Tic-tac-toe. Tic-tac-death. Whoops. All right, let's see. Wink Armlet. Would that be for Kafka? No. No. E+8. There he is. Ice. I want to know something. What is it? Make it quick. You are no longer part of my plan. Huh? That time when my mercenary crew got wiped out in a cave and at the mine. Did you set it up? Finally caught on, did you? No. How could you do such a thing? Well, you see, it was a necessary preamble for Stock to attain the power of the White Chronicle. Stock's awakening was necessary for my desired future. The only question was how to trigger it. After trying out countless permutations of history, I realized he needed comrades. Partners with some skill, yet not so valuable that Stock would depend too much on them. They would be the key to Stock's awakening. That's when I laid my eyes on you two. All I needed to do then was to get you in my debt and have you leave your mercenary unit. So I animated the monster's corpse and eliminated the unit, making it look like an accident. Though it took some doing to manipulate it so that only you two survived. Thanks to you, Stock. Found the power of flux by awakening the White Chronicle. A simple trick, really. That's what controlling history is about. Killed everyone in our unit over that? How could you? You monster. Silence, woman. I told you that I have no further interest in the rest of you. Interfere with my conversation with Stock at your peril. Rainy, Marco, I understand why you're angry. But there's still more I need to But there's still more I need him to tell me. Any punishment coming to him can wait until afterward. Fine. Ice, keep going from where you left off. What did you mean when you said I'm like you? Stock, don't listen to him. So even after getting to know Eruka, you still don't realize who you are, Stock, or rather, Ernst. Ernst? The late Prince of Granorg? So that's it. I was the sacrifice needed for the royal family to perform the ritual. And so were you, weren't you, Heiss? Indeed. I am younger brother to the late King Victor and the sacrifice in this ritual. Wait, Stock. What are you two talking about? What's all this about the sacrifice? The Granorg royal family is the sole line capable of the ritual to stop the desertification. Part of the ritual involves giving the life of one of the royal siblings, the sacrifice. That's right. This world owes its existence to those royals slain. In the name of the ritual, the people owe them a deep debt of gratitude, which is why the royal family is allowed to rule over this land. It's because all life on this continent exists by the royal family's sufferance. But clearly, you weren't sacrificed. What happened? This is why they allowed that fool Victor to rule as king while I gave my own life. It was out of the question. So I escaped from him and set up shop in Alistal as Heiss. So you ran off, and Victor couldn't perform the ritual. And that's why he tried to make his children to do it. Yes. And you would have been the next in line to be the sacrifice, Ernst. Ernst was killed as a sacrifice by his own father after speaking out against him. Originally, you know, it was meant to be Eruka. But she seems to have behaved herself better while her father was watching at least. Thus did she succeed in pushing the role of sacrifice over to Ernst. Cunning little minx. You bastard. After a sacrifice is slain, they are giving a soul for the ritual. Erika's soul was split. Part of it went to you, giving your temporary life as a sacrifice. How pitiful are the sacrifices, resurrected only to die again. And only I can understand their pain, being one myself. You and I, we too are truly the Forsaken ones. That's why I stole you away and altered your memories, to give you a second life as stock. I made sure to kill that fool Victor as well. He disappeared again. This conversation isn't over yet. Come find me, Stock. So Heis was the king's brother. Stock was the prince, and the two of them were sacrifices? Hey, he's messing with us, right? All that stuff about your temporary life is a lie, right? I mean, think. If Heis is the king's little bro, he should look a lot younger. No. King Heis is probably telling us the truth. He looks as old as he does because he's been using the Black Chronicle. By triggering so many repetitions of history, he's aged more than he should have. Then what will happen to you? If we go through this ritual thing, you're gonna... I don't know. But if we don't go through with it, the continent will wither and die. I can act in my own self-interest at the expense of everyone else's. But still. But you knew, didn't you? That's why you tried so hard to keep me from finding out. I knew if you found out the truth, you'd give up your soul. I see now. You were trying to keep silent to protect me. Thank you, Ott. I'm sorry everyone, but we'll have to table this for now. We need to chase after Heis and make him lift the Flex Seal. Damn that Heis. I bet I ran into the one that's not asleep. Of course. Oh, never mind. About here. About to say. I don't know how long is the other timeline. Man, I got 215,000. I was broke 4 hours ago. Let me just peek in here. Okay, this is more than one room. Oh shit. I don't want to fight them again though. Maybe on the way back. Really? Oh god. Is anyone under level 60? I don't think so. It's impossible. Yeah, because Raj was the lowest level. Just not around much. Like you get Rainy and Marco a lot. Not a lot. But Raj would sometimes just stay behind or something. Dark Jaguar. Alright, there's nothing this way. How deep does this thing go? How deep does this thing go? This reminds me of Chrono Trigger, that minigame for 80 points. Oh, I hate that minigame. I get better at it, but sheesh, first few times. I think it took me like 10 tries. Same setup. I'm gonna use one of those mana crystals here. I should still have like 10, 9. Not that I really need to. Ooh, there's another trigger. Open it. Oh, that's one of the packs. Oh no. Ah. Ambushed. I saw something like, oh, damn it, ambushed again. I saw like a maze on when the when the battle ends, like a little maze. like the one in what was it called? Westworld. Yeah, there. Oh, I see it there. Didn't, wow, didn't notice it until when it just went out of the battle. What am I doing here? Been a while without a save. At 2 levels. Nice. Congratulations on in order for making it this far. This is the deepest part of the ruins. Ice. Release your flex seal at once. That's a rather bold demand, Stock. I'll win if I just sit here and keep it going after all. Now, I've some questions of my own for you. Tell me, Stock, do you plan to return your soul to Eruka as a sacrifice? By now you must realize what this entails. Is this really a world worth throwing your life away for? I'm sure you've seen it countless times by now. Those on top who think only of themselves. The common people are oppressed, living in fear. All while the desertification spreads. And worst of all, that ritual, that detestable practice. The blinkered casters do nothing to address the blight source and only repeat the ritual. No one dares think how distorted this world is, unable to survive without relying on such methods. How many sacrifices so far have died for that cause, and how many more will give their lives in the years to come? Some express regret for their deaths, but sentiment is cheap, and even when the barbaric practice continues, it only postpones the inevitable. Okay, I'm still streaming, never mind. Yet the caster comes away so satisfied, as if they've saved the world. That's why this world should come to an end. It should be put out of its misery. We, the sacrifices forsaken by this broken world, will be one to end it. It is justifiable revenge, a fair conclusion. That is the true history. Ice. Erika seems to have led you by the nose without giving her reasons. Deep down, she was scheming to use you as a sacrifice. You're talking of things you know nothing about. It's the only thing that makes sense. Why sacrifice yourself for such a woman? You and I What we need to do isn't become sacrifices. That's not it, I have. Come now, Stock, or rather Ernst. There's nothing to fear. We will not stray from the path. It's the world that's gone off the rails, not us. Let's fix it, you and I. 2 sacrifices. That's enough, Ice. Don't say another word. Ah, so you understand. You've been a wise one since you were a boy. You were closer to me than to your father. Your dedication made me happy, and I often took you out of the castle. So come with me, Ernst, and we'll live and travel through this dying world together, just as we did before. Ice. I understand why you're doing this. Ernst, release the Fox Seal. So that's your answer. It is a pity. The Flux Seal is released. Ice? Did you think I'd had a change of heart? Would bile bilge? There was a reason I decided to release the Flood Seal. It's so I could seal you with all the remaining power of Flux. You'll watch the world end from inside a prison in time that you cannot escape even with Flux. The Flux Seal is released. Now's our chance to deal with Ice. Boss time. Alright. Hopefully I'll get rid of the boxes. Do I need any healing? I can see my health, but I don't know what's up with that. Maybe the next turn will kill him. Probably. GG. You've grown strong stock. Ice. It's the end this time. If I can stop you, then I'll try my luck with Eruka. I'll kill the girl before you ever meet. That will end everything. Ice, wait. Can't go stock. But go, Ott. I believe too. I wanted there to be a way to do it without a sacrifice. You didn't ask to be sacrificed. You don't have to die. There has to be a way where you don't gotta return your soul to Eruka. Please, stay here. I need to end this myself. Let go of my hand, Ott. Stock. Tell him, Raj. Raj. Thank you, Raj. Thanks, everyone. Madness of Ice. Why didn't you stop him? You're his best friend. You should have stopped him. It's because I'm his best friend that I didn't. Why? Why? Why didn't anyone stop him? Are you all okay with this? No, it's not okay. But he was determined to see this through. There's no way we'd be able to stop him. I'm surprised you held back, Rainy. I wanted Stock to stay here too, you know. But after seeing that look in his eyes, yeah, I understand. I wonder what era in the past he headed to. Who knows? Maybe he went to save me back when I was pulling some stupid stunt. He might have even gone back to see me when I knew none of this. It doesn't matter where or when he went. I'll still fight for Stock. You hear that, Stock? I'll fight alongside you. So will I. That is right. Our hearts will always be with you, Red One. Stock, you better come out on top. Stock. Stock. Lipty, Theo, where did Heist go? You know we can tell you that, Stock. Why not? Isn't your job to watch over the world? Those are the rules. Our job, properly speaking, is to advise a Chronicles wielder and see the ritual through. Informing a wielder of another wielder's action is strictly forbidden. See the ritual through. He's the one trying to stop it. We understand that. We try to stop Heist, of course. But we are limited to giving advice. We can't force the wielder to do anything. And I regret to say that his power greatly exceeds ours. That's impossible. How can he be more powerful than the two guardians of Historia? This is the first time in history it's happened. His anger and hatred is combining with the Black Chronicle's power, granting him a tremendous might. He's completely beyond our control now. There's no way you can tell me where Heist went? I'm afraid not. We're not supposed to take sides. It's a very firm rule. If it weren't, Heist would have pried information I knew out of us first. Had that happened, we would not have been able to escape him. The rules work in your favor as well as against you. I'm sorry. Damn it. You can give up, Stock. I said he would travel the moment before you and Eruka met, correct? But if you two had met sometime that Heist wasn't aware of, his plan can succeed. Remember, Stock, the bar in Granorg, where you and she met. It was not your first meeting. Your first encounter was a coincidence. Before, when At sent the soul. You and Eruka before you reach Gran. Stop. I understand, don't say any more. Stock, go. I'm sure that you can yet save Eruka. Choose wisely, a moment to travel to. The day you first met Eruka. Yeah, I don't remember exactly. There's still side quests here? I don't think I'm gonna do it, I don't know. I know there was a encounter with them. Where her name wasn't spoken, but was it Marie that was with her? Yes, this is it. The group comes across a deceased traveler. Ad sends the soul of the traveler to heaven. She told Stock this was her true job. What was that? What? I sent him away. You sent him? What are you talking about? I have to take people who are done on Earth to the heavens. It's my job. Your job? I've heard of this. Satyra's shamans are holy ones who watch over the souls of all. They're central to the Satyra's way of life. Are you shaman then, At? A shaman? I don't know. Wow, it looks like she doesn't really realize what she did. What do you want? Stay back, Marie. This man is dangerous. Huh? What's going on over there? Let's go. Make a save. Yeah, party. I'm like looking for my other party members. I need to give her some... Think. Should have purchased some more Dharma charms. Oh well. I live. Eruka, my plan will proceed unhindered, as long as I get rid of you. What? Are you? The one who killed my father? I'll waste no words on those headed to their deaths. You'll be wiped from history, detestable brat. Stop right there, Heis. Stock? What's going on? Why is Heis here? There's no time to explain. We need to stop Heis. If we don't, the world will perish. What? This is totally absurd. I don't care how absurd it sounds, trust me. I don't get it, but if you say so, I swore to fight for you, Stock. So did I. I'll trust in you and fight. This must be the effect from the other world. Thank you, Rainy, Marco. Here goes Heis. No. I was hoping to hit both of them, but I can't. You know what? Let's do this again. I think I should have healed, because I think my health and mana is from the previous battle, but it doesn't matter anyway. So no, this is not going to work the way I wanted it. He does have push instead, okay. Push. Left. And left. I didn't have to do it twice. What does she have? G Thunder? Would this be it? I think so. Maybe not. Maybe I should double trap him. Oh, too late now. My stock. Why must you get in my way? Can't ignore what you're doing. Very well. Then I'll just use the Chronicle again. Still running away, Heis? Where are you going now? I'm not running away. I'm going to the depths of the Royal Hall. I'll wait for you where the ritual is performed. Or you'll do anything you can to prevent the ritual. I won't hold back the next time we meet, Stock. You'll feel my true strength. Do you think you'll be able to fend me off and complete the ritual? I'll do whatever it takes. Well then, open the final chapter in that white chronicle of yours. Let us settle the terms of history there. I'll be waiting. Are you alright? Yes, thank you for saving us from that man. I know who you are, and you should know me as well. Then, that voice, that face, should you really be? Yes, I'm Ernst. Can't be. Of all times, why now? Because time to perform the ritual is nearing. But I can't. When you went missing, I was going to perform the ritual without a sacrifice. Your intentions are noble. I can't fault them, but... Can you really succeed without a sacrifice? It's... I don't know. I just can't use you like that. I was the one who was supposed to be the sacrifice. And I can't shift the burden onto you instead. And if you fail, what will happen to the people of this world? You shouldn't take everything upon yourself. The sin of the ritual is a thing everyone in this world should bear together. That's why you need to fulfill your duty. It's necessary. But don't be selfish, Eruka. If the ritual is not carried out, all the sacrifices of the past will also go to waste. Countless sacrifices have given their lives to protect history. I can't let it end. The next time we meet, I won't know you yet. I won't know you. I won't know about the ritual, nor that I am bound to become a sacrifice. That's why you must be sure to act as though you never met me. Am I clear on this? Wait, don't go. Stock. Are you really okay with this? Yes. I know I'll end up causing a lot of trouble for you two, but from here on, I hope you can forgive me. I'll see you out. Huh? What the? Stock? He disappeared. My brother. Seems you successfully protected Eruka. I'll drive Heis into a corner this time and put an end to all this. This will most likely be the final battle. Thank you for all your help this far. I am sorry we have known everything from the beginning. that you were a sacrifice, that your soul would be used for the ritual. We just couldn't tell you. If you found out, you might have turned your back. You might have turned your back on your duty as a sacrifice. We feared that you would do as Heist once did. It's alright. Don't worry about it, but there's something I need to know. Just what are you two? We are descendants of the Empire, remnants of their last sorcerer's soul. The ritual was originally a spell devised by the Empire to control mana. When the Empire was near death, sorcerers tried to leave a spell for future generations' benefit. That is how this realm and ourselves were given life. We were created as caretakers to guide the executors of the ritual until the end of time. I see. Well, one last thing then. Why are sacrifices for the ritual made wielders of the Chronicles? It has to do with what your kind calls building character. The wielders' experiences in traveling in time and space are ingrained on his or her soul. They simultaneously cultivate their skills as the wielder of the Book of Flux. In doing so, the power of Flux is stored in their soul, causing it to grow stronger and greater. By using an enlightened, mature soul as a sacrifice for the ritual of Flux, the ritual's reach extends to the end of the continent, protecting it for many years. The White Chronicle that the sacrifice holds is the means to shape the future. The sacrifice must understand the future they're protecting to cultivate their heart. Wielders of the Black Chronicle for the past parts reflect on the mistakes of the past. They cultivate their hearts by meditating on prior sacrifices who willingly gave their lives. Though each chronicle has its own purpose. How is my soul? Have I nurtured it well? Have I reached my enlightenment as a sacrifice? You have indeed, Stock. We are certain that your soul will be fierce in protecting this world's future. Your desire to protect the future marks you as an enlightened, irreplaceable sacrifice. You flatter me. To be honest, I'm more scared than anything. I can easily sympathize with Heist, but when I think about what the past sacrifices gave up, I can't let this world be destroyed. I'm going to do this. The difference between you and Heist is more than you'd think. You saw hope in the future and decided to protect life, but Heist saw despair in history and decided to destroy it. Heist's possession of the Black Chronicle only intensified his passion. There but for the grace, is that it? I could have been Heist. My courage had ever failed me, and I was followed up by fear. Then we'll give you courage to ensure that it doesn't happen. Will give me courage? What do you mean? This is Historia, a realm rooted throughout time. The emotions of the prior wielders of the Chronicles can be felt here as well. We will send you to the origins of those emotions. I'm ready, brother. I've seen what I need to. Are you sure? Yes. I only wanted to see the people's smiling faces one last time. My life is a small price to pay against those smiles. I'm sorry, if I could, I would take her place. Don't be silly. The soul is yours, so I must return what I'm borrowing. The rest, I leave in your hands. Of course. To protect their smiling faces. That's right. This world is filled with joy too. She always did her part to keep them smiling. And from now on, my mother just laughed at me. Isn't that mean? You know she wasn't laughing at you, princess. She laughed because she loves you very much, and you make her happy. She was happy. People laugh because they're happy. If you say so, don't worry. I'm sure you'll understand when you're older. What about you, uncle? Do you love me too? Yes, child. I love you very much. Excuse me. It's time, sir. All right. You're going already, uncle? I've got to go to do the most important job of my life. Wow. And be careful. Yes, of course. Goodbye now. I'll make sure there's a future for you. Protecting the future. This man gave the world a future, even at the cost of his own. No, that wasn't it. He saw the future of the world. It was his future. That's right. They didn't die out of a sense of duty as a sacrifice. They all died to protect something. That's how they were able to give everything, even their lives. Those feelings should lay within you as well. As long as you continue to nurture those feelings, the ritual will succeed. I see. I'll play my part. I'll settle things with Heis and return my soul to Eruka. The White Chronicle shall lead the way. The last Eterto blank chapter has now been written. Alright, it's time. I'll protect this world no matter what it takes. Standard History Final Chapter, Ernst. I can sense it here, the Black Chronicle. Ice is here. Stock? Excuse me. Ah, you're that girl who's always at Eruka's side. Marie, right? You seem worried, what's wrong? It's about Lady Eruka. She headed to the Royal Hall, but she has not yet returned. Maybe the ritual just takes that long to perform? No. It's Heis. We have to stop him. Heis? Who's that? There's no time to explain. Eruka is in serious trouble. If we don't defeat Heis, this world will perish. Hey, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Rush? Kafka? Yo, Stock. Seems you're the hero of Granork now. Did you help Queen Eruka? Things in Alistal have finally been smoothed over, so we came to... Wait. You two know each other? No, I've never met him before. But, now that you mention it, It does seem familiar. I'm sorry, but now's not the time. Ice is here, and he needs to be... Ice? He slipped through our fingers in Alstel, yeah, but why is he here? I don't have time to get into the details, but I can tell you this. He's the mastermind behind all of it. He intends to destroy this world. Enough explaining. The Queen's in danger, right? So, are you going to help us or aren't you? Of course we will. Africa? Yeah, I'll come too. No, you won't, Ricky. You only get in the way this time. Alright. I'll gather men outside. You guys go on ahead. Thanks, Garland. No. What happened here? Heist must have replicated the scene on purpose. So Heist did get in somehow. Why would Heist do such a thing? Let's go, Stuck. We need to stop him. Sure? I'm sure. I'm sure. I already made up my mind that I'd fight for you, Stuck. I decided that I'd fight Heist too, in the end. Wait, when did I decide that? Thanks, both of you. I'll remain here. Be safe, Lady Erica. Yeah, don't worry, we will. Won't let you go. Damn Heist. He's stalling us for time. Didn't even think about it. I'll stop them here. They won't get past me, so hurry and go. Thanks, Garland. Let's go. Oh, this is the end. Gotta be, oh, oh. I want to whatever. Well, there's another one here. What is that one for? I guess maybe you can go from the other side. And I just didn't notice. No, you can't. But why would you explode that? Oh. Sorry, I asked. I thought it was just this barricade that led over here. What? Whatever. Press the damn button when he jumped up. Gigas. What were Gigas? Was it Final Fantasy Tactics? Wait, what? You had no mana? I mean health. I'm thinking about my mana. Because I don't have any mana. Oh my god, it's got too many heals. The game gives you so many items, it's crazy. What is that for then? Way back? Yeah. I don't think I know of RPG that gives you so many items. I haven't even been using them that much. Can I just auto battle this? No. Whoa. Fire change. Weak to ice. Nothing can be pushed though. Oh, it can. Nice. What is he doing? Stop moving. Seems fine to touch now. Loading block, huh? I wonder. Now we can move on. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Pure ice. Wait, why is it poisoning me with pure ice? I don't know what's their default weakness. But stop it. I guess now it's ice. Maybe it's fire to begin with. I don't need to see that again. Did they respawn? They did respawn. Why did they respawn? I didn't leave the room. Oh no, dang it. Accidentally pressed the auto battle. Oh. Oh, chest. Maybe they don't have a weakness in the beginning. Oh, I could have pushed it that way. Oh. And then the other way. I'm gonna heal. Wasn't paying attention to my health. Marco. Oh, come on. Can you even... Oh my god. They're not that strong. Wait. What? Oh, I just kept running forward. I was supposed to go back. Oh, damn it. What am I fighting? Oh, the cube. You push it and you scoot it. There we go. Oh, God. Just because I just... Hope that other cube didn't turn into an enemy again. Well, he didn't. I feel like they're gonna respawn by the time I get there again. Okay. Made a mess of things here. Oh, they respawn. I see, they respawn when the cutscenes end. That's what happens. Really? Excuse me. Push and scoot. Volcano. Oh my god. What? It was almost 400 damage. What do I need that for? Oh, for a second I thought I got stuck. No, I want to fight this first. Because I would fight those and fight this, and they would respawn. What am I doing? No, let's go. Why did I have to slow this down with puzzles? Oh, thank you. That wasn't worth it at all. Oh boy, I messed up. Should be paying attention. Ogre Spear. I got 0 XP for that, but I'm gonna leave it. Anyway, oops. So Oh man. I thought I just had to put it on the elevator thing. Did I even look there? I'm gonna have to fight all of this. Why, game? Just... Stop stalling. He's alive. Man, I want to go there, but I don't want to reset everything all over again. Okay. Wait a minute. No, I didn't need both. Do I? No comment. I wish I had Eruka in a group. Oh crap. Too late. Man, don't play with me like that. Wait, what am I doing? Anti-stone. Is there a safe one nearby? I don't want to do this again. Marco rolled up. Push, pull, push, pull. What was that one? Flip, flop, was it? Oh, what am I pushing it? Don't do that. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do that again. I spent too much time in this room. Sky Armlet. skill. Equip. Oh. I wasted my time for nothing. I need a save point. You finally made it. You finally made it this far, Stock. You too, but why? Nothing has happened yet. Or has it? That's right. Heist and Erika are inside. But the door has been sealed by black energy. Must have been Heist doing what must have been Heist is doing. What should I do? Do you see the 4 magic circles around us? Black energy flows from the circles to the door. If I stop the flow, the seal will be broken. But be careful. Stop. What lies beyond the magic circle is a subtly altered world. One that has felt the taint of the black energy. Servant of the Black Chronicle will be waiting for you. I'll be alright. I've carved my way through the convolutions of history many times thus far. You're right, of course. I'm sure you can do this. Well, we shall see you later. First I want to save before I do anything. There's a barrel, 2 barrels. I don't think... Oh boy, there's 4 barrels. What is going on here? Who designed this dungeon? I feel like this dungeon was the first thing they did. Putting all these puzzles, time wasting puzzles. Kind of reminds me of the first Walking Dead, Telltale's Walking Dead. First episode, maybe 2, had like kind of puzzles. And then they dropped it. Why would you give me that stuff? Where's the Govka one? Is that it? Yeah. 214 out of 236. I don't think I'm gonna 100% it, but... Thank you for saving our tribe's people, but thanks is all you get from me. What? Why are you so mean? Oh, there's what I don't think he does have any good stuff. No, he doesn't have any might. I don't need to rest up. Great blade. What did she learn? Rust Star Trap. Stack, you have all learned the totality of lost skills. Not even my disciples have come this far. I have nothing more to teach you. Well, that's what I'd like to say, but there is one more thing you can do. I, Master Banquer, will personally fight you. Consider it a final exam, if you will. Of course, this fight is to the death. One must be prepared for death at any moment. Leave no regrets behind. Excuse me. But now that you've all got the destiny of the world on your shoulders, you will rise to the challenge. And I'm ready. I see. Well, I understand. Right, I gotta equip the things that I just... Where's my... There we go, okay. Let me save again so I don't have to do that again. Can I finish this under 50 hours? I'm ready. Of course. Great. The final trial. Go for it. Alright, however, you need to face the land itself. Defeat the Lord of the Land, used as their hiding place for generations to masters. What? What the? Alright, let's see. Oh, here we go. Oh. Damn. Well, that sucks. He locked me out. What am I looking for? There. No, I don't need it on everything. Ah, boy. Oh, oops. Wait, what does she have? She has a G frost. Is it weak to frost maybe? Nope. So I'll find out. I might get healed for all I know. Actually, let me cancel that. Okay, it might work. Or at least get really close. Paralyzed. Oh, it's like I don't care. Could have been that if he didn't get locked out. So you have defeated the Lord of Earth, and must now face the Lord of the Fist. I am happy, Stuck. I feel as though I've met a worthy opponent. I will push myself to the limits of my power to match your own. Be prepared. I will fight to end your life. You must not hold anything back if you hope to overcome me. Very well, let us start, Master Banquer is ready. I'm not ready. Shoot. Good, good. No good. Skill can I use here? How much health do they have? Oh snap, I haven't put a dent into them. What am I looking for again? Okay. Start with that sleep, okay. Excuse me. Alright. Need to reapply that divine light or whatever it is. I think they still have. Well, he doesn't have it, okay. Put it on it and him. Can I get 2 turns with her? Yes, I can. Divine light, him, and him. I wish I could tell how many they have, but I have to keep track of it. He has 1. I think it's 1, 2, 1. 1, 1, 1. He doesn't have divine thing, does he? No. I'm gonna heal just in case. Halfway done. I think. Oh, she's not sleeping anymore though. That's sort of good. Didn't have to waste turn, but I can put divine light on anyone at the moment. Oh shit. God damn, I didn't want to use magic moves. I meant to do magic rise. The same thing, but one is AoE. Is she asleep or is she not asleep? I can't tell. No, she's not. There we go. Magic rise. Yeah, put it on her. She's low on health. I think 4 more. I might yeah, I'm gonna Not divine might this turn. But I'm gonna... No, screw that. You know what? I'm gonna go all out this turn. Oh, she's been... no, she hasn't. Oh. Just needed one more. Oh boy. Maybe I risk too much. I think I'll be fine here. Yeah, I'm good. You are the victor. I would expect nothing less from the one with the White Chronicle. Even against the impending doom, you have taken up the White Chronicle to defy your fate. Perhaps you can change this world's destiny, as well as that which is sure to follow. The Historica, shining. The Historica is trying to gain more power, reacting to its owner's strength. Stuck? Would you lend me the Historica blade? I can make this sword remember its true strength. Oh man. I mean, obviously I should hand it over, but... Is it one of those... things? I'm probably gonna hand it over, right? Alright, you can have it. Okay, wait for a bit and I'll release its power. There, it's done. This is the true Historica. Here you go. The true Historica. Take the mystical blade in your right hand and the book of flux in your left. You will have the power to save history that has been lost time and time again. Go back to your land. You have the glory of having bested the master. Alright. Let's go back, oh, wait. I just noticed those two timelines connected again. Nice. The alternate and the standard. Time travel. Why do you always do this game? Always rearrange my party. Which Dragon Quest was it? 6 that always did that? Might be 5 also. Always rearrange the humans first, then the monsters. I haven't checked if that sword is any good. Oh, I mean it's good for melee. Speed is nice. But that magic. Beyond this dark light lies a world twisted by Black Chronicle. Jump in. Is this Lasville Hills? Rainy and Marco are here too. When is this? What's wrong, Stock? You spaced out for a second there. If we stand around, we'll be killed by our contact. Let's move onward, Stock. I see. This is during our first mission together. A lot happened here. This was the White Chronicle first awakened. This is when the White Chronicle first awakened as well. Huh? What are you talking about? It's nothing. Listen. There's a powerful enemy waiting out for us. Both of you should be on your guard. Got it. Target White Chronicle. Stock. It's High Colonel Diaz and Vice Commander Palomides, the Executioner. There's no way we can beat them. Don't be so defeatist. We're surrounded. What choice do we have? If we wait around, we'll be slaughtered. We'll die is your fate. White Nickel. Something seems strange about him. Don't let it go to you. We're breaking through here. Huh? Wait a second. There goes. Like, doesn't she know we've leveled up? Can she feel it? Oh, oops. And just push him. Just might push. Boom. 4,000 damage. Can I just... Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna use some magic, make it a little bit faster. There we go. Would have been done by now. Death in Black. Looks like I'm in Cygnus. I see. This is when Garland was testing my skill. Then he'll be my next opponent. Oh. Ernst. Lord Garland? What's the matter? So unsettling. To see one's comrades twisted like this. This isn't funny, Heist. Here it goes. Your skills. It looks like he's in pain. Hanging there. I'll put a stop to this. Magic. No, not that. Just so used to using that. Where's my cross star? Heat blade. Did it? No, not for him. Bank. Okay. Try this and out of battle. There we go. Should save, by the way. Warlock and Black. Jump in. All runes. There's only one reason why I'd be here. Question is, who am I up against this time? Scree. So the Black Chronicle can affect more than just humans. Let's go, everyone. Oh shoot, it's one of those. I hate that one. I do like it though. I like the design. No. Wait. Where's... oh. Why is there magic or... oh, that's might. Never mind. Confused myself there for a second. Deadly. All right. Strange. Let's see how many can I get. I think the highest I got was 30 or 31. Oosh. And he's dead. Monstrosity in black. Okay, one more. Go save. Is this Granort Palace? But what would be waiting here? Field Marshal Viola. That's... a great commander like you must understand the situation in which you find yourself. Please cease these hostilities, I beg you. I don't believe this. I have to fight her again. Field Marshal Viola, why must we fight? Alice still needs you. Lieutenant Stock, don't come near me. If you come any closer, I'll... Field Marshal Viola, do you realize what's happening? Ice appeared and... No, we must run. While I'm still in my right mind. Can't. I need to dispel the black energy. Field Marshal Viola, draw your weapon. So that's what's happening. Even in this state, I am a general of Alistan. Lieutenant Stock, I leave it all in your hands. Defeat me and slay Heist. Protect this world. Understood. What's with these boxes? Nice. Meteor. More like mediocre. Oh, she's dead already. Walkerine Black. Eruka. Not another step. Come any closer and the Queen's life is forfeit. Yes, you're a bastard to the bone. Say what you will. I'll take any measure to secure our nation. Eruka, I'll save you right now. Didn't you hear me? If you make one false move. What? What did he... No, this can't be. Curse you. Eruka, are you alright? What happened? I was heading to the Royal Hall when... Yes, what are you doing here? This is all your fault, Princess. If only you'd play your part and obeyed us. No, there is no other way. Can't believe the two of you. Are you going to repeat your same mistakes again? You didn't kill her, did you? No. It was only sleeping powder. I knew the odds were good. That our path would cross if we loitered near the Royal Hall. Killing her would be simple enough, but... is there a better purpose we could put her to? I wonder what all that fuss out there was. Thinking small, as always I see. Who's there? Ice? Why are you here? Ice, the man heading up Spesink in Alstel? What are your plans for Erika? If you're going to kill her, you may as well do it now. If not, I will. What say you, Diaz? The girl can be killed at our whim. You, Ice, why have you come? If you really want to know, come with me. Could something have happened? If Heist is here alone, he must be scheming something. Alright, I'll go after him. You stay here to watch over Erika, as you say. Definitely. Diaz and Sylvan ambushed me and knocked me out. I feel like there was a third man as well, but I passed out. It must have been Heist. He's further inside, right? Yes, I think so. Nice. What do you hope to do so far from home? I'm going to have my revenge on this world, and I won't let you or anyone else stop it. Revenge? On the world? This is hardly like you. This is the nexus of the power of flux. Men around the world can be controlled from here. Why not lend me your strength? Join me, and you'll share in my tremendous power. I'll make you part of something great. Something great? I'm interested. We're cornered anyway. I accept your offer. Then come closer. What do I need to do? Just leave it all to me. Forgive me, Sylvan. The girl has been taken. What? So he's here. You've come at a fine time. Hi, Colonel Diaz. I want you to help Count Sylvan. Help Sylvan? Very well. It's apparently a ritual that will grant us tremendous power. I don't know the particulars of what Heist is promising, but once the ritual is over, well... What's that? You think you need to pay better attention? I'm not granting you power. I'm saying you'll be part of something great. Your mana will be drained, turning you into sand and making you part of the world. You will become part of me. What? What trickery is this, Heist? I've gathered more than enough souls and mana. Now can use flux to end this world. Mana is out of control. There's so much power. It's Heist. This cannot continue. We must stop him at once. You're right. We'll do whatever it takes to stop him, and after that, we'll perform the ritual. We need to hurry. There's no time left. Yeah, let's go. The final battle is finally at hand. Yeah, this ends here. I'm sorry, Stark. No need to apologize to me. You upheld your duties perfectly. Now I go to uphold mine. It's for the best. Thank you, Stark. I am glad to have met you. We're proud to have been your guides. Thank you so much, Stark. Don't be so hasty. You two This isn't settled yet. The rest will be up to Eruka and Raj. If you wouldn't mind, please look after them for me. Of course. Stark will be praying for your safety. May your feelings protect this world. Final battleground has been added as a note. After this, it will be over. I'll put an end to it. Alright, let's party up. Ooh, I got everyone. 2, 4, 6, 7. Oh, well, Eruka was out of that. Excuse me. I didn't have her for a while. Cleveland Rush outpaced her. Oh, I also have her weapon. It's 15 magic. Kills before the victims feel pain. Not bad, not bad. What is she rank? I guess I'll be alright. And Kafka. How many do I have? I mean, it doesn't matter, but I don't know. 13? No, wait, those are shards. 10? Guess I could have used more. I know there were like 2 parts when I was starving for mana. Or thirsty for mana. Did I save? I mean, I know I did save, but... You're here at last, Stock. Or should I say Ernst? Huh? Let's put an end to this heist. We shouldn't exist here. You fool. As clear as I've made it for you, you still do not understand. It's you who doesn't understand. I'm not backing down. I'll beat you and have Eruka perform the ritual. Then there's nothing more to say. I shall end everything here. I'll absorb your souls and hers as well. You'll become part of me, just in time to watch the world end. I have too many of these things. Change. Have him do this. Oh, it has to be in the middle for. Damn. Well, just do triple attack. And first. Ooh, he's dead. Oh, he has phase 2. Why can't I win? Should be much more experienced at wielding the Chronicle than you. You are. This isn't the extent of your power, but the hesitation inside you is holding you back. Hesitation? What on earth are you talking about? You still haven't discarded the possibility that I may have a change of heart. I'm in the same position as you, so you still cling to hopes that I'll understand you. Huh? It took you spelling it out for me to realize it. Since we're both sacrifices, some part of me couldn't completely close its heart to you. Let's stop this ice. What about this then? What are you going to do? I cannot allow this. I must commune with the other sacrifices once more. I must hear their cries of despair and remind myself of their anger and hatred. Stop. Don't pull anything stupid like that. Let's have a change of scenery. Stop. We'll go where the emotions of every sacrifice can be found. To Historia. Reminds me of Final Fantasy VI. Boss. Alright. I think he has magic moves, doesn't he? That would be funny. I should kill him. Alright, let's say goodbye to him. Nope. Well, I don't think I will pass my, what was it, 34? He's dead already. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, so it is like Final Fantasy VI. I wasn't expecting that. That it would be the end. That's why I didn't even bother to heal. It's a little bit overkill. Yeah, we can have a free turn. The way the battle system works, they just make the bosses way too easy. Oh, I'm not... Am I not boosted anymore? Doesn't look like it. No, he is. Somebody is. Hello. I'm just Kafka's, but it's alright. Don't really need to. Death Cloud. I need healing. You know what? Or... Hmm. All right. Might actually even cancel that. Alright, let's do G fire. I know, I have mana. Oh, I missed that. It's alright. If I can undo that. Just go with the G fire. Still has the big nose. Gotta respect that. Almost. Can I even do that? Oh shoot. Oh, nice. I should be alright. Brilliant. Did I ban wrong person? Or did I? Was it two of them? No. Ice, it really ends here. This world isn't worth saving. Ice, I pity you. Ernst, why can't you understand? I understand very well. You and I had the same lot in life, more or less. Then why? Because I lived as Stock and not Ernst. What? You named me Stock and gave me Stock's life. And in that life I met people whom I valued over myself. But you never met anyone you could place above you. No friends that you throw your life away to protect. Ah, that's why, Stock. You were... I used the Chronicle and I saw hope for the future. But you used it to see the ugliness of the past. That is what divided us. Stock, we need to hurry out of here. Yeah. Stock, don't go. You can't go. The things you did were clearly wrong, but your reasons for doing them were pure. You tried to save me from my fate as a sacrifice destined to give up his soul, and I will never forget that. Stock. Stock. Even if your name is lost to history, we'll honor the desires that drove you. Goodbye, Heis. Looks like we made it back. Huh? Where's the queen? Over there. What? Stuck. There's no need for you to sacrifice yourself. I performed the ritual by my own power. You can't. Get back here, Eruka. No. So it's true that it cannot be performed alone. Stuck? Eruka. I know it may be painful for you, but you need to hear this. You must know that this is the best thing you can do right now to fulfill your duty as queen. Ernst, my brother, the caster must enshrine the sacrifices laws in their heart. Not looking away from the past. Am I wrong? That's... I must play my part. And you need to play yours. Alright, Eruka? Yes. Stock? You shouldn't be risking your life alone. I'm coming with you. So am I. We three. What good is saving the world if you're not in it? Thank you, everyone. I feel better knowing you think so. I can see it now. A future world where everyone I care about is alive. We want the same thing. Use my soul for the ritual too. Don't be silly, Raj. The ritual won't work unless the sacrifice souls is used. And Ernst is already dead. The soul belongs to Eruka. It's time I returned it to her. But Stock, I mean, the soul will become part of the power of Flux, to be used for the good of the continent. I'll seem to be gone, but I live on everywhere in the land. My journey will go on, just like I travel with you all. Stock? Could have never come this far alone. If I hadn't met all of you, I'd have abandoned my duty. The way Heist did. Red one, stuck. Is this your destiny? It's thanks to all of you that I didn't despair over the past, that I had hope for the future. Thank you. Doug, I won't forget you. We'll always be waiting for you to return. Me too. I'll wait. I mean, we're friends. You were the best friends I could have hoped for. Doc. We'll meet again. Someday, somewhere. I'll be waiting too, Stock. No matter how long. I'll wait forever and ever. Looks like they succeeded. Later. Enter. Excuse me, Your Majesty. It's almost time for the ritual. I see. Let us go then. This will do. You should all stand back. Understood, Your Majesty. Whenever I've come here, I recall the days when we all traveled together. In truth, I do become lonely when I can't see you, but I have the strong sensation that you are nearby. Even though your life may not have been recorded in written history, we will never forget you. Thank you, my brother. We're done here. Let's move on. Yes, milady. Princess Eruka, prepare to die. Huh? Yeah. What? You may have your reason for this, but I too have my reasons to live. I have a mission to save this continent from destruction and to create a world of peace. Damn. Isn't that right, my dear brother? Pierre, how have you been? Otto, long time no see. We work in the same castle, but we never get the chance to see each other. Will and I are in Lady Eruka's security detail, and you work for the state. Why would we? Pierre. Will's back. Been a long time, Will. I noticed you took some time off. Where'd you go? Yes, I went back to Cygnus, my hometown, to report to my parents' grave that we brought back peace to the world. All of us in the Resistance have been through a lot, but nothing is over yet. It is our duty to maintain this peace that we have won. Yeah. We won't let power mongers like Diaz and Selva take over the nation ever again. Indeed. We will combine forces and help Lady Eruka lead this country down the right path. Path to realize the grandeur that Prince Ernst has envisioned. Don't be so uptight, everybody. Let's drink hard tonight. Today's meeting went well. Perhaps one day the relationship between humans and beastkind can reach its former strength. We share the continent and must coexist. That is what is best in life. Tell me, Master Gafka. You're really strong, right? We want to be strong too. Teach us how to fight. Strong, huh? Little ones, have you ever given serious consideration to the true meaning of strength? Oh, it's being able to beat up the bad guys. This is indeed one characteristic of strength. But its true nature is more than just that. I do not have the true strength. What? Is somebody stronger than Troll? Yes. And like you, he's a human. He had true strength, courage, and determination to risk everything in helping others. He saved this world by sacrificing his life. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be here today. Whoa. One day, when you are grown and begin to see more of the world, you will come to understand. You will appreciate how great and strong that man truly was. Reese's dancing is amazing. It doesn't matter if I'm backstage or in the front row. I'm back. You really know how to put on a show, Reese. Bravo. Really? That makes me so happy to hear that from you. Excellent. Another fantastic performance. The sword dancing is just the thing we need, Captain. Oh no, I had nothing to do with this. I just try not to embarrass the truth. No, you're actually really good. You're very talented with your sword. Speaking of which, you sure you want to leave the Granrock army? Of course. My tour of duty ended when the war did, and my mission is to protect my new family here. We'll be counting on you. You'll have one more to protect soon. No problem. Wait, one more? What does that mean? This desert is filled with the hearts of many people, wondering. Their sorrow is making the desert expand. You have grown to fulfill your role as a shaman well, Lady Ott. What do you plan to do now? I hear the voices of the dead. So, I'll care for those in the desert and see what they get to, and see that they get to heaven. Maybe one of them knows how to stop the world from turning into sand. A lot of people want to find a way to stop the desertification. Only I can search like this. You have grown up. I'll do what I can to help you complete your goal. Oh, hey, it's Ott. What are you doing here? I thought you'd gone back to Celestia. I decided I'm gonna search for a way to stop the desertification. A way only I can do. Oh, that's good. We'll help you too then. Thank you, Stock. Oh, thank you. Stock saved this world. It's my duty to keep it safe. Well, Mr. Scholar, did you get anything useful out of it? This is incredible. It's not much, but the tree in the spring is definitely producing mana. So this tree is why Celestia has so much mana, despite all the desertification. It was good that we consulted with you. You have made great strides with the Conut. If we study the tree, we may be able to find a way to replenish mana. And if we can do that, the party is ready. Ah, is it? Mr. Scholar, let us continue this discussion after the party. We found it at last. Though this is only a catalyst. All the same, this catalyst holds vast potential within it. Yes, he's hoping that it will lead to salvation. I should have died there, but you want me to keep inhabiting this doomed husk stock. How are you feeling, Field Marshal? Sonia? Thanks to you, I've recovered completely from my wounds. But Sonia, I'm sorry to inform you that my body is consumed by an... Oh, I'm aware of that, man. We'll be able to treat you for that from now on. How did you... I never told anyone. Indeed, your illness was difficult to identify. But thanks to the journal Mr. Cedric wrote us, we were able to determine your disease. A journal, you say? Allow me to introduce myself, Field Marshal Viola. I'm Cedric, and I was given your diary. My diary? I see. So he saved me again. It will take time, but your condition can be cured. Don't give up the fight. You're the Valkyrie after all, right? Indeed. The Valkyrie should never give up without a fight. If I live, I should be able to find something to do for my people. I owe him that much. It's open. Come on in. Ah, you grow more and more befitting a man of your rank, General Raj. Lieutenant General Raoul, I mean, Prime Minister. How are you feeling, sir? You can loosen up around me. You're a general now, a leader of men. Yes, sir. Old habits die hard, you know. How's your report coming? Even a national hero puts up a poor fight against paperwork, huh? A poor fight indeed, sir. I don't know if I'll get all this finished today. And that is a real tragedy. If you're working late, you'll miss your lovely wife's cooking. That's why I'm still fighting, sir. She shouldn't forgive me if I left a job half done. She understands the separation between duty and personal affairs. And of course I'm not going to complain. My duty is to keep the peace. I owe it to him. He gave his life to save the world. Right you are. Well, I'll be leaving now. I'll be waiting for you at the ceremony. Oh, right. Rainy and Marco are being commissioned today. Damn. Will I ever finish this mountain of red tape in time? Do your best, General Raj. Captain Marco, sir. Where have you been? We can do this without the main man. Huh. Sorry. Here you go, people. Drink up. Make yourselves at home and take a look at our specials. What? You know? I guess not. What's wrong, Captain? Nothing bothering you? It's nothing really. You just reminded me of someone I knew. Someone you knew? A girl, huh? Was it... girlfriend? We weren't that close, but I had hopes. Thought maybe in some peaceful village, once the war was over. Hope so, so many have died in this war. Far too many. Emil, please watch over us. Don't let us repeat this tragedy ever again. Rainy, what are you doing? Why don't you drink it with us? Nah, I'll stay here. But you seem to be here all the time nowadays. Well, you know, I've been waiting here. Is calling. If I don't stay here and keep an eye out, you might get lost. Rainy, we promised each other when it was all over, we'd live a peaceful life together. We promised. I believe in stock, so however long it takes, that's how long I'll wait for him here. Prime Minister, are you still here? There isn't much time until the meeting. You must get going. Yes, yes. One yes is enough. And I wish you'd take better care of your grooming. A little strict, aren't you? I'm not phoning as my sister, you'll find. I'm not as phoning as my sister, you'll find. Oh well. By the way, see that the army gets these documents. What are they? Approval for General Rush's vacation? It seems like a rather long holiday. Is that proper for a man of his rank? He's been working himself to the bone. He deserves a little R&R time, I'd say. It can hardly be questioned. But with it coming directly from the Prime Minister himself? I think I'm starting to see what my sister meant about you. I'd be very interested to know what she said. Why don't you take some time to tell me about it later? But we should be going. Mustn't be late for the meeting. Yes, sir. Kill. Guys. Sorry it took me so long to do this. Put you men through a lot, but you can rest now. I'm sorry it ended up taking so much time, dear. Don't worry about it. Just look after yourself, okay? You're going to be a mother soon, after all. Very true. You didn't take one for stock? No. Hey, Stock. The Queen told us everything. I still don't get all the stuff about the ritual and the Empire, but I do know you were carrying a huge burden. I promise you, Stock. We won't put a heavy burden on one person ever again. We've been doing research into ways to stabilize mana. Art and Queen Eruka are helping out. Once we figure it out, we won't need the ritual anymore. We'll be able to take care of this world on our own, without having to make such sacrifices. So whenever you want to, you can come back to us, Stock. Dear. There's no hurry. My son won't be ready to start training for a long time anyway. And what are you going to do if the baby's a girl? I'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I bet she'd be beautiful just like you. So I gotta make sure she doesn't fall for some creep. An overprotective father already? What? You kill? Wow, everyone really is acting like we're dead and gone. How cruel of you, Captain Rush. You idiot. You're the cruel one here. Where have you been all this time? I thought you were dead. After we got separated from you, we met a man who was used to living off the land. He patched up our wounds and set something out. If you don't hurry back, the captain will jump to conclusions and think you died. Huh. He was just here. Who was he? That's odd. I know he told me his name, but can't remember now. He wore red clothes. Captain. You guys. See? We're all safe and sound. Here. He's the one who would have pulled this off. I'm right, aren't I? You did this, didn't you? Well, I won't complain. Rest well, so you can come back to us out of the blue someday. Right, Lieutenant? We'll be waiting. Always. On the day the world was saved, we'll meet again. Someday, somewhere. I'll be waiting too, Stock. No matter how long, I'll wait forever and ever. Historia. This is the last time I'll see it. Ah, you fool. Why did you think I gave you the power to fight your fate with the White Chronicle? You greatly disappoint me. Heis. Some irony, huh? It was you who led me down this path. No child knows how dear he is to his parents. Well said, Stock. But no. It's not my place to say that I took your parents and passed from you. Even so. This brings back old memories. You haven't changed a bit. You're still my stubborn little Ernst. I don't mean to be. All I'm doing is being myself, doing whatever I can do best. Nothing has changed since my passing days. Indeed you are, my dear Ernst. I suppose I somehow always knew this would happen someday. My Ernst would voluntarily become the sacrifice. Whatever you may think of me, I want to thank you, Heis. It was because you took me away from Alistel that I met Rush in the army. You're the reason I met Rainey and Marco in Spessing too. And it was on missions you gave me that I came to know Ott and the others. All because you gave me my life as stock. This world that I've come to believe it's worth saving, worth giving my life for. It's the world you gave me, Heis. Thank you. Ernst. Stock. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you for that. We thank you for what you are about to do. Your soul will be the sacrifice that saves this world. On behalf of everyone living, we convey our deepest thanks. Is it time already? There's nothing more to do? I've bounced through history so much that I'm not sure anymore how long I've been fighting. A human life is brief. Its span is hardly noticeable when placed next to all of history. The moment we share now is no longer than a blink of history's eye. Yet that long history is born of moments like these. This is the crucible of the future. I see what you mean. Thinking about it like that, my life wasn't so bad after all. My dear brother. The caster's voice has reached us. The ritual will now begin. I guess this is where we say goodbye? No, not yet. Can let the ritual begin. Not just yet. Ice? You can't possibly fight in that condition. Give it up. No. I won't give it up. Not this, not ever. That light. Here, dogs of the Chronicle, let the world feast on my soul. Stop this, Heis. Your soul has not been prepared as a sacrifice. A sacrifice that isn't spiritually awakened won't be able to save the world. Bah, to hell with your spiritual awakenings. I know what I want. Just want to see it. The world you'd give yourself to create. My dear boy Ernst. Ice? He's the only hope left in the world. If I can protect that hope, then what other use is my life? Ice? I see. So this is the future you wish for. It's not bad. Ice? A sacrifice's spiritual awakening stems from its determination to risk its life for someone. Ice found that awakening in seeing Stuck's life. He became the foundation of the future. The world will continue to turn for now. The world you hoped to realize, just as Ice wanted. You reversed Ice's iron will and saved the world. Yet the fact remains that your soul is borrowed one Stuck. If you wish, you can stay here with us. Thanks, but no. You're going? Yes. There are a lot of people waiting for me to come back. Rush and Sonia still need my help. They're both so stubborn. But who knows what would happen if I weren't there to mediate. Beyond that, they'd hold a hell of a grudge if I weren't present for the wedding. And there's Marco, who's clumsier than he lets on. He's a friend and I should be there for him too. Promised to spar with him after he finally remembered my name. I figure I owe it to him to return the favor. Alistal has been devastated. I suppose we don't have to worry about General Raoul. In General Viola will get the people back under his feet eventually. But having someone to look after them and give them a helping hand would make it go smoother. Hey Lipsmacker, how are you doing? There's a lot to discuss with the people of Celestia and Forja. Humans and beastkind absolutely can coexist peacefully. The old Ernst knew that. And I still need Odd's help. Or should I say, she'll need mine? I put Erica through so much. Going forward, I want to make sure I'm proud to support her. And of course, Rainy's waiting for me. That's why I must return. The human world is full of pain and suffering. But it is also a wondrous place. You know that very well, don't you, Stuck? You give me too much credit. I need them as much as they need me. You have my thanks too. No, Stuck. In light of what you have done for us, it's we who should be thanking you. I believe the time has come for us to say farewell. You who volunteered himself as a sacrifice and guided the soul of the futures of the true sacrifice. We are forever in your debt. We shall engrave your name in Historia and commemoration. Please, let us know the name of the soul to be remembered. My name is Ernst. My name is Ernst. I will dedicate my life to realizing the dreams of those who risk their lives to save mine. Alright. There was a Radiant Historia. I think it went a little bit too long, but it was a good game. I enjoyed it. I might play it again sometime. Oh, my mouth is so dry. I feel like I've been reading for the last hour and a half. Short. I had multiple 8-hour long streams for this one. One, two, this is the third one. But yeah, if I'm gonna replay this, I'm gonna play the 3DS version that has voice acting, even though I skimmed through parts of it and the voice acting is terrible. How's your morning? Are you ready for work? Or do you have a day off? Off today? Nice. Same here. Well, sort of. I gotta go take my dad to a doctor. I don't know why. I don't know why he wants me to go with him. Ah, nice. Which one of them is driving? Controllers. I did have some controller mods, but I got rid of them. But yeah, this game had a lot of reading. Are you doing wrestling today, or I don't know when you started playing? Warcraft. Oh right, Warcraft. I'm not jealous of you playing that. I tried playing it, I couldn't. But it's because I started with Warcraft 3. But anyway, that's gonna be it for me today. It's been a long stream. Very long stream. But we'll be back tomorrow with, I think, Resident Evil Deadly Silence. I should be able to do Chris and Jill in one plate, in one stream, I mean. So we'll see. It'll be a fun one. But again, thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you Lipsmacker for stopping by. Have a nice morning. Hope your kids get safely to school. Thank you Moist, Gildet, Lati, Kaze, Bonico, thank you for the raid. Dux Anderson, thank you for stopping by. Everyone that's been lurking, appreciate it. Again, I did enjoy this game. I will definitely replay it sometime in the future. But that's gonna be it. I'm gonna raid Dan, who's playing some Persona 5 Royal. You guys have a nice Wednesday, or whatever's left of it, and take care and goodbye.